Hello and welcome everyone to today's Research Communication Workshop. It's great to be with you. My name is Professor Peter Pinar. I am the Executive Director of the Leaders of Africa Institute and will also be today one of the facilitators for today's session. We're also going to get to know one of my co-facilitators here, Professor Etta Mursiaki, who is the lead of the Research Communication Program here at the Leaders of Africa Institute. I want to welcome you all to today's session. It's great to see you joining us today. The Research Communication Workshop is the flagship workshop as well as accessibility program for the Leaders of Africa Institute, and I'll be talking about that in just a moment. But let us get into today's session. As I mentioned at the outset, my name is Peter Pinar. In addition to being the Executive Director of the Leaders of Africa Institute, I am also a social scientist focused on areas of international development and political science. I am also a research methodologist, data science, and survey expert. Those are some of the tools that I use as a researcher myself. My research spans a number of countries across the African continent, and I've been to many countries across the African continent, both in a research capacity as well as my role as the director of the Institute. My work largely focuses on the role that regional organizations such as the African Union, the East African Community, ECOWAS play in shaping political and economic norms amongst their member states. Those are some of the themes that I cover in my research. But beyond my research, I also have the pleasure of being the director of the Institute. And as part of the director, it's been my pleasure to welcome over the years many scholars as well as participants, which you are here at the workshops across our many programs here at the Institute, coming to us from over 45 countries around the world. But what unites us, coming from the 45 countries plus around the world that you see on your map, is a belief that research is important and can play a profound role in advancing social impact and solving some of the great challenges we face today. Which leads me to our opening for today's workshop. Now, we all know that there are many challenges that we face today, and they span a variety of different areas: food systems, energy, economics, and economic sustainability, public health systems and healthcare access, climate change, which underlies a lot of these things, and education gaps, and the list could go on. There are many challenges, and each of you are focused on a separate set of challenges within a broad area of these development goals. But in confronting these challenges, we know that when it comes to solving these challenges, that most of these challenges that we mentioned here transcend our local communities. In other words, they're not just something that is local, but are clearly global in nature. Things such as climate change, just to point out, but a number of other areas as well. And when we look at sort of the global climate today, we can argue that the world is kind of at a bit of a tipping point, right? In other words, we as a global society and within our own countries are oftentimes very highly divided on a number of questions and a number of sociological features. We're oftentimes very highly divided in terms of educational attainment, right? Those with PhDs and masters and certainly undergrads that are here joining us as part of this workshop are very different than the lived experience of many others in our country that have received only a basic primary education, school education or under. The access to reputable information. Some people have access and are able to understand information and interpret what is reputable and not reputable, whereas others are not. We see the world is full of disinformation, misinformation. We also see that there is oftentimes an underlying lack of trust in institutions, both here in the United States, where our institute team is based, and that's where I'm joining you from, in Chicago in the United States, as well as countries around the world, in Europe, across Africa, Asia, for instance. We see that major trust in institutions is oftentimes reaching some low points for that as well. And in addition to that, we also have quite big divisions when it comes to our social, cultural, and political views as well. right? If you look at election results in countries that actually do have competitive elections, you'll see that the margins of many of these victories are quite narrow, and there's a lot of division that is oftentimes seen in these spaces. And it's important to acknowledge these tipping points because us as research communicators are entering into a situation where we have to acknowledge that the societies and the stakeholders that we are engaging are oftentimes quite polarized in their views, in their outlooks, in their education, in their ability to discern fact from fiction. Now, we can also look at this issue of division and dividedness and at the world at the tipping point across a number of issue areas that you may be interested in. So let's take a look at some public opinion data. And this is coming from the Afrobarometer survey, round 9 survey, which is the most recent round that has been published widely. And these are the aggregate numbers. So these are not the figures for each country, but on average across the 35 plus countries that Afrobarometer surveys across the African continent, these are the averages. So your country may be different, but these are the averages. Let's look at this question of climate change awareness. How many people have not heard about climate change? 47% report not knowing what climate change is across countries, right? And including a 65% in Botswana, 68% in Nigeria, 67% in Mauritania, and 60% in Mozambique. These are some of the highest figures of folks that say they haven't heard about climate change, right? Let's go to another area. How many people believe that the government guarantees the safety of the COVID-19 vaccine? 46% says their government is able to ensure the safety of this very critical vaccine, right? Again, a sense of division, a sense of division near the 50-50 mark. Lack of trust of institutions. How many people do not trust their president? 51% on aggregate across 35 plus African countries say they do not trust their president or one of their main leadership figures in the country. So a high level of mistrust in institutions, including the presidency. Mixed views on transparency. There are also different views about how the media should be arranged, and the media is one key component through which us as research communicators communicate. 32% believe that the government has the right to control the media and sanction the media as it would like. So that's 32%, right? Not 50-50 here, but quite a large number, 1 in 3 suggests that. Let's look at the question about expanding access, right? And expanding access to that info. 46% have access to a mobile phone with internet, right? That means that 54% do not have access to a mobile phone with internet. So when we're thinking about engaging in communication efforts, particularly national campaigns and awareness, we have to acknowledge that not everyone has a mobile phone. Again, a division in terms of, in this case, access to information. So given all these places where we see division, or at least a split in terms of accessibility, non-accessibility, or beliefs on certain institutions or understanding of certain development issues, we are entering the fray as research communicators, acknowledging these realities amongst many of the stakeholders that we are seeking to engage. Now, in research, our goal is to do a couple of things when it comes to research communication. And for this program, we're focusing on how we take findings and data and we translate that into engagements with broad stakeholders. But you could think about research through the lens of also gathering data, right? And if you're interested in gathering data or data collection, data analysis, things of this nature, that falls under the broad category of research methodology. But since we're focusing on research communication, we're really looking at what we do with those results, what that data, and with that information or that areas of awareness once we've already had it and have some idea. So we could be thinking about a variety of different things when it comes to that communication of those data and findings. We can think about whether the research that is being produced is of high quality and demonstrating its quality to our audiences that we're engaging with. We're also thinking about how we communicate that research in a way that's going to make a social impact, right? Given some of the pluralities that I mentioned at the outset. We're also thinking about the literacy of our research. As I've alluded to, there are certainly haves and have-nots when it comes to understandings of the materials that we have in research and the education gaps that exist. So how do we ensure that our research and the findings and the awareness pieces are being translated in a way that is engaging to the audiences that we want, given that they may not be technical experts as we are as researchers or communication practitioners? So these are some of the things that we want to have in mind as we begin today's workshop. And we need to realize here that we are, as a world community, both nationally, locally, and internationally, really at a tipping point, right? But we have an opportunity here as research communicators to kind of tip the balance in the direction towards shaping that future in a positive way by demonstrating the value of research to the public and to stakeholders and thinking about ways in which these stakeholders can apply our findings. We can shape that tipping point by engaging in interdisciplinary approaches and strategies to amplify the reach of our research. And we can also inspire knowledge sharing without borders so that we learn together and create a more democratic world that does embrace and does support the scientific ventures and the inclusion of science into our everyday practice habits that we have. And so that's our goal as research communicators. And it's something that we want to keep at the forefront of your mind as we delve into some of the technical and specific aspects of research communication as we get into today's workshop. So with that introduction, I now want to turn a little bit to you and talk about the research communication workshop. Now, at the beginning of the application process, which was last year, the Leaders of Africa Institute received over 3,000 applications from 50 countries. That had led to us selecting a cohort of research communication scholars in the full research communication program. There are 60 scholars in the research communication program. We'll be talking a little bit about their work throughout today's session. So we'll be infusing today's session with a little bit of that. And you'll also be invited to their showcase, which will happen at the end of February, early March of this year, where you're going to actually get to engage with their capstone projects. So those are our research communication scholars for 2024. Now there is you who are participants here as part of the Accessibility Research Communication Workshop. And you are also part of the broader research communication efforts here at the Leaders of Africa community in today's one-off accessibility workshop. Now, from your position, you span a variety of different fields. You span fields from public health, education, economics, communications, social science, evaluation, broadly speaking, development, and a number of other subfields within some of these big categories that we had who are accepted to both the research communication program as well as the workshop that we have here today. So I want to congratulate you. It is an accomplishment to get accepted to the workshop. As you can see, this was a highly competitive process to get to our scholars as well as our workshop participants in this year's round of the program. Now, there's something I will come back to. I'll just mention very briefly now. You will have the opportunity, and it is our hope that you will apply to be a scholar in the full program in the next intake, which will happen later in the year, sometime around October of this year. But I'll talk more about that as well at the very end of today's session. Now, in addition to myself, who have I introduced, I want to also have turn on their camera and introduce themselves. Professor Etta Mercy Aki, who is the lead instructor as well as director of the research communication program, who is now appearing on your screen and will introduce herself. She will also be facilitating today's workshop alongside me. Good to see you, Prof. Etta. Go ahead with your introductions.
Good to see you, Prof. Peter. Hello, everyone. I'm truly excited to be here. It's an honor for me. As Prof. Peter mentioned already, I'm a Tame Seaki. I'm an associate professor in education with particular interest in educational policy and student development. I'm affiliated to the University of Boya, where I serve as Vice Dean in charge of student affairs. I think research is very important, and more importantly, communicating research is critical for achieving those goals, the purpose for which we do research. For me, particularly, I'm passionate about turning students' aspirations to reality. So I think that education is a pathway, and I work hard to see how I serve like a policy advocate. So, trying to advocate for strategies and practices that will allow young people achieve their aspirations through education.
Wonderful. Thanks.
So,
Go ahead.
thank you, Prof. Now that you know me, I think it's time for us to get to know our participants here in the workshop. It's a big house. I see we are about 61 of us. That's a big house. So let's get to know you. Prof. Peter, why don't you share a Kobo Toolbox link in the chat where our participants are going to share with us through the link where they are joining us from. What is that thing that you're most excited about? Share one thing as well that is weird about you and your three favorite songs. Beautiful one. Prof, let me turn it on to you. Tell me one of your favorite songs.
I think one of my favorite songs would be Happiness.
Oh,
That song, that recent Afrobeat song, I certainly like the Afrobeats. So I would say that's one of my upbeat songs these days. So I'll go with that one. How about yourself, Prof. Etta?
okay, that's nice. I think for me, it's Congratulations by A. A is a Nigerian musician, gospel singer. I love it a lot because it's an opportunity to celebrate those high moments of life. So let's see about our participants. What is it for you? Share using the link again. Where are you currently joining us from? I'm joining you from Boya, Cameroon. That's in Central Africa. What are you most excited about? And what is something weird about you? And what are your three favorite songs?
So again, the link to the survey is in the chat.
I see that.
And please make sure that you are allowing location to be seen, because what we will show you is the results as they're coming in here, and you'll see a map and it will light up where everyone is joining us from, because we could see Mary's in Portugal, a few of us are in Ethiopia, and a number of other countries worldwide. So we'll see that populate on the map if you allow the location on the survey. So just take a moment to complete the get to know you, and then we will see the responses.
Okay, great. While that is going on, I see that lots of chats had come in, and we have Aaron from Malawi. We had Mehari from Ethiopia, Dahi from Somaliland. Oh, that's nice. Nice to meet you all. So please use the link and share with us. Prof. Peter, I think we must have results coming in already. Can you share
Uh,
with us where
Not yet.
participants?
Our first observations are not yet in, so we'll have to wait a minute or two as they're coming in.
I see that folks are still sharing in the chat. While you share in the chat, also make sure that you use the survey link so that we can have you live on screen, and see where you're joining us from and get to know more about you. For us, this is very important because that is the centrality of instruction. Knowing exactly who your audience is or who you're dealing with helps a lot to drive home your purpose or what you want to communicate. So please share with us.
And we are starting to get those results in. The first ones are trickling in, which is wonderful to see. So as they are coming in, we'll be refreshing the page. As you can see, these are the results in live terms. And for some of us have used a Kobo Toolbox before, it allows us to collect survey data and location data. We're seeing a observation here from Abuja. We see Daniel is joining us from the Abuja area. Interested in sustainability, tech, and entrepreneurship. Excited about the workshop to see what he can do to move things forward in his place. He is quiet, which is sometimes considered weird. And favorite song is I'm Just a Kid. So we're going to review not everyone's, but a few of these. So I'm going to refresh the page again. And the observations are coming down. We're getting the Nigerian ones first here. So here we go. Miracle's joining us here from the Lagos area, interested in data science and process systems engineering, is a music addict, and favorite song as a music addict is Worst Day by Future. Wonderful. Welcome to you. All right, I'm going to continue refreshing the map as we expand out. Now you can see the map is getting larger and larger. Joining us from Kenya is Pauline, and Pauline Karimi is one of the alumni of the Research Methods program, one of our other programs, and she was in that program, not just a participant, but a research scholar, and she is interested in agriculture, rural development. Favorite song, what a friend we have in Jesus. So some of us choosing the religious songs as well for our favorite songs. Welcome to you. Good to see you, Pauline.
Yeah.
Great. John Ricky, the observations in Turkey. Some of us are using VPNs, so it may not be exactly where you are, but your VPN may be routing through Turkey. So some of us are outside the African continent for sure. I'm not sure in your case, John Ricky, but we can see your observation there nonetheless. Interested in research and technology. Don't worry, be happy. Favorite song. He is multi-talented, literally can do everything, okay? And we could say, as a research communicator, what is the one message John Ricky wants to go across is not about the number of publications, but the impact. One impactful publication is better than 1,000 impactless publications. Indeed, that is true. Although to make tenure, some professors feel that you got to do number, quantity over quality. But I would argue, I think your message is worth taking note of. Let's go to Cameroon, and fairly close to you, Prof. Etta. We have Kathy, who is joining us there, interested in social work, education, and research. Favorite song, Pretty Hurts by Beyonce. And education is powerful and learning never ends, so don't quit is the message that we have there. Joining us from your town there in Boya, Cameroon. So if we zoom in, we can see that.
Okay.
Let's go. We've gone to Kenya. Let's go to across the border here to Uganda. Or actually, I think this is on the Kenya side. Yes, it's the Kenya side of the border here. Still, Rose is joining us there. Good to see you, Rose. Interested in areas of early childhood education and adolescent development. And we can see loves working under pressure, which is good, an ability to make an impact here. Great, excellent. Good to see you,
Rose. I'll take note of that.
Let me refresh the page, and we're seeing more observations. I'm going to go through these a little bit quicker. Pritchard is joining us here from, I've got to zoom in a little bit to see, from Zimbabwe, Bulawayo, and is an overthinker, loves the song Rise Up, and research is life together, we can do it. That's the message. Joining us from Harare is Larissa, and she is interested in peace building, gender inclusion. She can read minds. Wow, interesting. And then she likes the song Coffee by Toast, one of my other favorite songs, maybe from a few years ago. That was one of my favorite songs to play in classroom and other settings. So love that song. Enhance my knowledge to how to communicate research for policy advocacy. Okay, and let's go to Somalia now, and what looks like, let me zoom in here. Looks like Mogadishu. We have Abdi Razak, who is joining us there, interested in conflict resolution, humanitarian aid. One of his favorite songs is a classic song, "Africa" by Toto. It's one of these songs that everyone's doing, karaoke to. And it says, "What is most excited? I'm most excited about the potential for innovative solutions to foster peace and development in Somalia, enhancing the resilience and well-being of its communities." Great, good to see. Let me refresh the page here. And again, as you can see, our map is filling up because we are truly a global space here at the Institute. Kumasi, Sheriff is joining us there from Ghana. Music, Mastique by Bob Marley. He does not like crowds and is interested in learning and discovering. And he also, Sheriff, you also go by the name of one of my favorite musicians from your country, that is Black Sheriff from Ghana. I love the music of Black Sheriff for sure. By the same name, the namesake there. All right, we see another observation here from Cameroon. This time in Yaoundé. Gaspar is joining us there, interested in One Health, loves redemption songs. We got a lot of Bob Marley fans that are out there amongst us. We love the reggae, which is great to see. Passionate about data-driven solutions. Great, excellent. Now let's go to Kampala, Uganda, and we have Buogi, who's joining us there from Uganda. Is interested in and has a love of reading and knowledge sharing with the community, and is excited to be a part of the workshop. Let's go to Tanzania now. In the center of Tanzania, we have Protes, who is joining us there, interested in public health and research. He is ambivert and is interested in bringing evidence-based practice to light. Great. We're good to see. We got these nice things that we're sharing about ourselves. I'm going to go up to here to Portugal. That would be, I think, Mary. Here, there are two observations, and I guess you filled the survey twice. Interest. She is very frank. Mary's very frank. Loves the song "Appreciation," and then is interested in data to make impact in the areas of archaeology. All right, so we can zoom out, and we're getting more and more observations that are coming through. Again, if you just joined us, feel free to fill this out. We're going to move on here in just a moment, but please make sure to fill out the Get to Know You survey link that is there. That is how we are populating the map that we see. And it's lovely to see it fill up in the diversity that are there. We even have eastern part of Nigeria, Jamila Hassan, who is a research scholar in the Research Methods Program, 2024. That's still ongoing. Interested in education policy, gender, and international development. Loves Celine Dion songs. Also, we have an observation from Eritrea here. Magreri. Interested in research, is very hardworking. So there we go. Wonderful. So keep those observations coming. You can see the breadth of the field that are here. And I'll take a few more observations, and then we're going to go into taking our photo, our group photo here at the beginning, and then we're going to jump right into our workshop today, because we have about 4 hours together, 4.5 hours together. So we want to make use of all the time that we have. So just a couple more observations to share, introductions. We have Anoku, who is joining us from South Africa. Or let me zoom in. It may be Eswatini. I believe it will be Eswatini. That's what I thought. Yes. Noku is joining us there, interested in policy advocacy, fintech, and economic development, and is interested in Luther by Kendrick Lamar and Luther Vandross. Now, Mary, I'm not going to be reading all the observations for the sake of time, but we will certainly be reviewing those after today's workshop. So feel free to fill them out. For the sake of time, we're not going to read everyone here because there are many that are here. We're going to just go to Northern Ghana. Charles is joining us there as well. Interested in One God by Shatawali. I like jokes, so I crack jokes and make people around me happy. And that's where we're going to end with a little bit of our mini introduction. So again, please fill the survey. We're not going to get around to sharing everyone's submission here, but we do know you indirectly also through your application forms and the information that our admissions committee shared with us in advance of today's workshop, which helped us inform some of the themes that we'll be focusing on as we get going. But it's also good to know each other in other lights and our personal lights, because we are not just researchers and communicators and professionals, we are also people as well, and we are communicating to people as well. So we also have to bear that in mind. So with that, we're going to take a photo. So I want to encourage all of you to turn on your camera at this time. We're going to take our workshop photo now, while everyone is here, before we get into the workshop content. So please, I encourage you to turn on your camera. We're going to give everyone about a minute here to turn on their camera, get situated here, and then we will grab the photo. And at this time, while you're turning on your camera, I do want to mention that today's session is fully recorded, and the recording will be shared with you by tomorrow morning. So you'll be able to review today's workshop and everything we go through through a link that will be sent by email by tomorrow morning, your time. So just know that if you have any connection difficulties or anything of that nature, you will get access to everything that we do. So on the count of three, we have a tradition here. We're going to go to the count of three, and I will say the famous words, I guess that's the official words here at the Institute for taking a photo, which is the word banku, which is just a food in West Africa that's quite popular. So I'm going to say banku. I'm going to ask you to smile. And I'm going to also ask you to hold that smile for a few seconds, because you may hear the word banku a little bit earlier or later than others, depending on your internet speed and such. So just hold your smile, even if it's a little unnatural to do so, and then we will take the picture. So we're going to do this a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, and banku. With that, I'm going to pass the baton back to Etta, who's going to tell us a little bit about the background of the Institute and the Research Communication Program and the workshop here. So Etta, why don't I pass it over to you here. There you go. Great.
As Prof. Peter had earlier alluded to, there are lots of challenges that we are facing at the global level and particularly at the continental level. And therefore, it's important for us to make evidence-based informed decisions. If we have to make decisions to solve the kinds of challenges, the kinds of problems that we are facing, it must be informed. And I don't remember the name, but one of our participants said that research really must move beyond publications. So the publications must be impactful. We must be able to translate our research in a way that it can help us to realize or to arrive at very informed decisions. And this is one of the reasons or one of the rationales that led to the development of the research communication program. We realize that as research scholars, we have a lot of research that we are producing, whether in the form of briefs, whether in the form of publications, article publications, or books, and so on and so forth, or just even basic social media postings that we are making. The stories are not leading to anything. They are not leading to anything impactful, anything essential, because we are not communicating and channeling these findings, these thoughts, these advocacies in the right way. And this is one of the underlying reasons for the program. It's also an opportunity to develop scholar activism. As researchers, as professionals, we are very keen on what we produce in terms of the kinds of work that we do. We want to ensure that the work that we produce is actually meeting its goals. So for many of us, we do research because maybe we want to solve some health problem, or we want to solve some problem with education, or we want to solve some political issue. We want to make things better generally for those who consume our research. And therefore, that means that we must advocate as well for the kinds of products that we have, for the kinds of findings that we have. We do this traditionally by coming up with lots of recommendations, but sometimes they stay on the shelf. You will have to take your findings, and communicate them in a better way to those who will be most impacted by them. And so this is all of us as scholars, therefore, we are activists. And it's important, therefore, to think about ways in which we can advocate for the kinds of results that we have, or for the kinds of findings that we have. So the program as well was thought of to be able to create that space for scholar activism. And another thing to note here is not just for the individual and his or her research, but also to be able to engage with others and engage with those who actually have the authority, that have the power, the authority to be able to make those decisions. So it's an opportunity to learn best ways of doing that. And the program also sought to help us confront some of the difficulties generally that we face with communicating our research. Not every kind of research can be passed on as a policy brief, for instance, and not every kind of research can be passed on as an article publication. Yet they have very rigorous findings or very rigorous outcomes that needs to be heard. But there are different channels, different mediums through which we can make them heard. And so many researchers get to face a lot of problems. If you had the opportunity to be part of the showcase events that we shared with you some of these real life challenges. For instance, talking about the chi-square figures, or talking about all kinds of mathematical simulations in a PowerPoint presentation to an audience that are not interested in that, but maybe are more interested in seeing how, if they actually implement your findings, what change is going to be created. So you see, the needs of the audience in this case might be quite different from what you are actually providing. So these reasons are many more. Some of the underlying needs for the research communication program. And as Prof. Peter alluded to already, we currently have 60 communication scholars, and we have those of you who are joining us right now in the communication workshop as workshop participants. And this is an opportunity to become, there are lots of opportunities to become a known expert and an influencer. And I always say that, well, not the kind of everyday social media influencer that we see here and there, but one that allows you to drive your research findings home, to drive the kinds of products that you're producing as a professional home in a way that impacts decision making.
Indeed. And there have been many scholars, past and present, who have come through the Institute over the years, many of which you may have learned about or read about in different spaces, including on LinkedIn or in their own home countries' media spaces that have come through this program and others. And you're joining that group in a sense, right? Or at least you're in the broader network as a workshop participant of that group that is there, including alumni that have gone on to many great things, both in terms of their research, but also arguably in the important areas of communicating research, or as Prof. Etta said, ensuring that research becomes a tool for advocacy. Here's one example of one of those scholars from 2021 from Cote d'Ivoire, Roland Mahdi, who was in the Prime Minister's office, working on issues of food and nutrition. And after that, and after his experience here at the Institute, he actually accepted a position at Johns Hopkins University, where he's at the Bloomberg School for Public Health, working on, among many things, research, but also how we communicate research to government stakeholders, political stakeholders, as well as the citizenry at large in some of these large-scale projects as well. So this is something that is a major theme for us here at the Institute, and is certainly a theme within the research communication section here at the Institute. But underlying the Institute and what the Institute does are some central values. And this is the last thing that we want to share before we get into the content, which is really important to set our norms for today, is the pledge and our mission here at the Institute. And you can see that mission on your screen. The mission of the Leaders of Africa Institute is to mobilize the power of rigorous inquiry and creative expression, of which we are doing here in this workshop, to advance equity, justice, and leadership in Africa. We facilitate a supportive international community for collaboration that cultivates impactful and translatable research. We're certainly doing that. That's why it's bolded here. Amplifies diverse perspectives and leverages creative audiovisual, graphic, and technological design. And we're doing a little bit of that here in this workshop as well. So the Institute here overall exists to encourage advocacy for the good and knowledge production. And we do that through some of the techniques and tools that we're going to be using here in today's workshop. So beyond that, obviously, the Institute is advancing the development of more Africa and Global South research generation at all levels, particularly in the Research Methods program, as well as homegrown efforts to educate stakeholders and citizens on research in a timely way. That is us in research communication, and the amplification of Africa and the Global South's voice in global development. And arguably the most important piece to amplification of a voice is a communication effort and advocacy effort that we undertake. And that is why research communication is not only important to solving some of the challenges that we have, but it is also a tool in which we begin to balance knowledge production systems, dissemination and sharing, and make those more equitable processes, not just locally, but again, at the global level as well. And that's what we seek to do here at the Institute and within the context of our conversations about research communication. Great. So Etta, I'm going to turn it back over to you for you to share our pledge and our honor code so we can affirm that and move on to the meat of our workshop, so to speak.
All right. I think initially I did mention that I'm an alumni of the Leaders of Africa Institute. I've had the opportunity to be part of two of their programs, the Research Methods program in 2021, as well as the Data Plus Design for Development program. And one of the things that sets research scholars in the Leaders of Africa Institute is creativity and the focus on ethics, and hard work. So the pledge and the honor code is one which is really important because it is binding and it guides the kind of work, quality work that is produced by scholars in the Institute. So I'm going to invite you right now as I will take the lead to read out the pledge. You don't have to place your hands on your chest. However, I want you to internalize, okay, the words that you will hear me speak out, as well as that of the honor code. And I think at the end of it all, we will just will indicate if we accept the pledge and honor code, for this is quite important. This is relevant for the Institute. I commit myself to further the cause of equity and justice in my country, the African continent, and globally. I stand unafraid to identify and question anyone engaging in behavior that contributes to inequity and injustice, including corruption and the protection of privilege. I also accept the well-meaning and respectful critique of others to ensure I maintain my commitment to equity and justice despite temptations to do otherwise. I pledge myself to the service of others, regardless of their background, and do all in my power to be a true leader of Africa and the world. As a scholar of the Leaders of Africa Institute, I pledge to be honest and exhibit integrity in all of the work that I do. Acknowledge that the pursuit of knowledge comes with the responsibility to gather knowledge ethically and to use the knowledge gained for the moral good. I further resolve to take ownership of my own work and not share unauthorized information with others. I also know that I must safeguard this pledge by ensuring that my fellow scholars uphold the honor code.
So we want to encourage you to say, I affirm or I accept in the chat, and then we will move on. Okay, those are
Great.
coming in.
So we see lots of affirms coming in there.
And while folks are affirming the honor pledge, I want to just also mention, in addition to the pledge and the honor code, we do have some session norms here, which you can see on your screen. I'm not going to take a lot of time to talk about them, but you could say that we emphasize a very inclusive environment, one that values positive and kindness here, releasing immediate judgment, and also engagement. So we're going to encourage you throughout today's session to engage in the chat, raised hand. We'll have opportunities for us to share on a number of times in today's workshop. We also view this as a safe space, so a place that we should be free to share what we have on our mind or our perspectives in this space. We also see this as a space devoted to self-reflection and to that other value that Prof. Etta mentioned, which is a highlight of folks who come through our programs here at the Institute, which is creativity and being creative as well. On the technical side, we'll ask that you keep your mics off. We actually have the mics suppressed, so you cannot turn on your microphone unless we pass the microphone to you. And at certain times in today, we can pass the microphone to you. Also, video is not required, so feel free to keep your video turned off for the sake of bandwidth. But if you want to turn on your video, feel free to do so. And always have the chat open and ready to be and visible for you, because there are going to be times where we're going to engage all the time with things that are coming through in the chat. We're reading all of your messages, comments, questions, perspectives in the chat at all times, and we're able to put those on the screen or discuss them in today's session. So those are our session norms here. So the last bit of background pieces to the workshop is the requirement workshop for the workshop. In order to receive an acknowledgement of participation in this workshop, in addition to attending the workshop, as you're all doing here, you must submit a text and an image for a social digital media post, preferably one that you're going to use on a professional platform like LinkedIn that you shared. And you should tag Leaders of Africa in that post as well, so we can also view that post. And it's something that you'll do by the 28th of January. So you have to make this post, and then you'll submit the text and the image that you used in a Word document through a form. So there'll be an email that goes out tomorrow that explains this in detail, and it will say, here's a link to a survey that you'll submit the text of that post as well as the image of that post. And this social digital media post will be focused on your research. So it is a research-based public dissemination post that will show and demonstrate your skills and the ability of concisely and clearly explaining your research, as well as some of the impact of that research in a post, right? So this is the one requirement that you have to do for the workshop that will be viewed by the broader team and will be used to decide on the recognition of participation. In addition to that, you have the opportunity to craft a partial or full presentation related to your research. You can feel free to submit that as well, but we know in 10 days that's probably not going to give you a ton of time to do that, but you're able to do that as well. So again, an email will go out tomorrow with the recording of today's session, as well as these instructions how to submit this one required assignment, which we'll talk more about the particulars of how to do this assignment in a creative and a well thought out way once we get into our workshop today. All right, so that is a little bit of the background there, and the affirmations are there. So the last things I'll say is that at the end of this session, in a weeks after the workshop, after you submitted your assignment, it takes a few weeks, you'll receive a generalized certificate of participation as being a part of this workshop. In addition to that, it will give you some priority consideration for being a research communication scholar in the incoming cohort as well, because the admissions committee not only looks at admissions or applications in the previous round, but also who completed the research communication workshop in making some of those determinations about the next cohort. So this gives you a bit of an inside lane in that competitive application process. So I wanted to mention that as well. If we do have resources for this workshop, they'll be placed in a Google Drive. Likely they'll be placed in an email memo that will be shared with you tomorrow to keep things a little bit more simple for our workshop for today. And the last thing to mention here is the Discord community. We encourage you to join the Leaders of Africa Discord community. This is a place where scholars and alumni can come together. And if you join the Discord community, we ask you to, create an account on Discord and then join the community using the invitation link that will be sent to you tomorrow. And we'll make sure those go to you tomorrow. And you please select Research Communication Workshop as your program, and you'll be given institute community status, right? Some people have scholar status there. Some people are just members who are just members of the public. Some are stakeholders. And then some are institute members, which means that they participated in one of the workshops at the Leaders of Africa Institute selection for the workshop. In addition to that, I'm just going to share some helpful links. If you're not in one of the Leaders of Africa WhatsApp group or follow on LinkedIn, these are the links that you should use, and strongly suggest doing that there as well. We'll also be talking about and debriefing today's workshop in some of those spaces as well. So that's wonderful. Great. So it's good to see. Since the beginning of last year, I've been one of the fans of Leaders of Africa. So some of you have followed Leaders of Africa's space for some time, which is lovely to see. But for those of you who hadn't, these are some of the key ways to connect and be part of this more global community as well. So I've shared that. Prof. Etta, is there any other last things that you would like to share before we get into our first segment of the workshop?
Not yet, Prof. I think let's get into it. I'm excited to start.
Indeed. All right. So as we get into today's session, we encourage you to take notes. We encourage you to document our conversations for yourself and think, particularly through the lens, and we're all going to be thinking through different lenses, through the lens of your own work and your own research, how this might play out. Because we're going to be talking about a lot of these research communication approaches in some general terms and giving some specific examples. But everyone's research project, research area is slightly different. So these things are going to play out in slightly different ways. And we're going to be discussing that here. But I want you to keep that in the forefront of your mind as we begin to get into today's session. And feel free to share these insights that you have through your notes in other spaces as well after the Institute, after this meeting, including on LinkedIn and other spaces and other communities that you're part of. Again, knowledge sharing is something that is quite important to do on the back of today's research. Okay, so as we get into today's session, we're going to talk about presentations as a tool and digital ways of digital engagement today. Those are going to be our two themes of our workshop. So if I go back to our agenda here, we'll see here, we've done Amplifying Research for Impact and about the Institute. We're going to get into talking about audience analysis and how that relates to effective presentations and digital engagement. That is our agenda that you saw as you entered today's session. Now, I want to highlight as we get into this 2 examples of some of these features that we'll be talking about in the workshop through a couple of our current research communication scholars this year. So I want you to meet Mariam here, who is a scholar at the University of Toronto, Department or School of Public Health at the University of Toronto. She is originally from Mali, and you can see some of her work here. This is part of her capstone project. So you can see this is some of the scoping out. So her research focus is on armed conflict. And we know in the Sahel region in particular, there has been quite an amount of armed conflict and displacement, and how armed conflict is influencing child health in these spaces. And her research communication project is all about establishing an advisory committee of stakeholder experts from Mali, from both inside Mali and outside Mali, that are policymakers, humanitarian representatives, as well as academics who study these issues, to convene them in March of 2025 to guide the findings of a report that will begin to shape some of the interventions and proactive steps that can be taken to prevent public health crises in the context of crisis. Right? And so she's using a flyer, which you can see here on your screen. This is the draft. This is only the early draft of her flyer that's talking about this engagement and is used for recruitment and the invitations that are being shared in advance of the meetings. So you can see that this project is complex. It has multiple elements. It has policy brief elements as the elements of a project that involves convening somebody or a group of people. It has the components of creating engaging graphics that can be able to pull together those advocacy efforts, right? It is a presentation of sorts, not a traditional presentation, but it is a presentation of materials there to encourage folks to participate in this initiative, right? We see a more of a presentation-oriented one coming from another one of our research communication scholars. This is Seikashi, and Seikashi is part of an organization called Lawal, which focuses on international development broadly speaking, but also specializes in areas including public health. And what she is doing is she's creating a 1 to 2 page policy brief that is imbued with a lot of features of infographics and data visualizations to help tell the story of changes, in this case in Kenya, in terms of maternal health and mortality. So you can see some of the pieces of her project right here. And it's only 2 pages. It's quite simple. It's quite clear. And there's the use of color and other graphical features here to help tell the story behind what is a very complex and multi-dimensional theme, right? In other words, communication isn't just about making everything complex and sharing that complexity when it comes to the end user or the audience, but rather it is about distilling that information in a way that is engaging and easy to understand. Now, this, I'll mention, is an early draft of Seikashi's project. In other words, she is currently working on this project as we speak. So this is the first draft of it. And some of you are thinking to yourself, this looks more like a final draft. Well, there are things that can be improved in terms of the clarity of this piece. In terms of the way in which things are arranged, the types of data that are there, also the flow of it. There's some things that can be improved. But the point is that our goal as a research communicator when it comes to making presentations or presenting anything is to help clarify things and do things in as simple way as possible and really play on our ability to use visual cues in our work. right? And so this is Seikashi's capstone project, because everyone in the research communication program, as those of you may know, have to do a full capstone project, which will include multiple rounds of feedback, mentorship, and then at the end of it, a showcase, which everyone here will be invited to. But I wanted to point out these projects because they begin to show us some really good aspects of research communication that are coming through even on these very early drafts of their work. So that helps us think about some of the things that we need to have at the front of our mind, which is this issue of clarity, this issue of simplicity, this issue of what Prof. Etta is going to get us into in just a moment here, of storytelling here. Because if we go back to Seikashi's work, if you are actually able to read this, and I know it's probably very small on our screen because it's just images of her work, there is a story that she is telling throughout this, right? It begins here and it reads through this 2-page brief. It is a story about changes in maternal health and care, as well as some suggestions about approaches that will actually improve maternal health, right? That's where it ends up in this last one. Return on investment. This whole section's about an idea that can actually bring down the costs while improving the quality of maternal health care, right? So it's a story that begins with the background and then gets us into some of the intricacies of the research and then gets us some sort of resolution, call to action, next steps at the end of it. It is in itself a story that is being told through this simple and well communicated piece here. Again, still in draft form. But in order to kind of think about telling that story or finding the arc of the story that we're trying to tell through our research communication output, we always have to think about the person that we're giving this to, the audience. So in the case of Miriam's work, her audience are Malian stakeholders, government stakeholders, experts, academics, people of this nature. That is her primary audience for her research communication project. Her secondary audience, which will come after her initiative begins, is the broader populace and healthcare workers in the healthcare sectors across the country of Mali, right? And the Malian experts in the healthcare space, right? That is her secondary audience after she convenes her initiative. Seikashi, her audience, coming back to this, is going to be very much, policymakers, right? People who are thinking about, solutions to some of the public health challenges in the country, in this case, Kenya. They're going to be using some of this information to perhaps consider the solution that is proposed. Because I've alluded to, she actually has a call to action of sorts, right? Something that they want people to consider here, an approach that they want them to consider. So the audience is really key, and the audience is everything when it comes to research communication. So let's start off by thinking about our audiences and how we might think about audiences as we get into this storytelling. Now, if we think about global countries and organizations, companies and organizations, think about them. Samsung, Coca-Cola, NVIDIA, all these companies, right? They are spending a lot of money understanding their audience. They're doing it all the time. They call it marketing, but it has other names in different companies. But they make very careful decisions about how to brand and market their products and ideas with a certain objective in mind, right? Oftentimes for a company, that objective is to increase their revenues or perhaps their profits, right? So they're thinking about what imagery, what messages, what things to share that are going to get that level of engagement with them. Organizations, NGOs also think similarly. It may not be driven by revenue or profit, but it may be driven by certain other types of engagements that they're hoping to elicit. And they're thinking about how their brand and their market strategy is leading them to those ends. And a lot of these companies and organizations use a lot of sophisticated tools. They use analytics, they use surveys, they use interviews, they do focus groups to understand their audience and test their message and storytelling approach. Now, let me ask you this question. I know some of us have disseminated research. How many times have you surveyed your actual audience? I don't talk about your research participants, right? And I know some of us are communication practitioners here as well. So you also are in this space as well, thinking about this. How many of us have conducted surveys or interviews or focus groups with our audience to test the research messages that we're going to share? So open up that chat. Give me a yes if you've ever been part of testing out a research method with a message with your audience, or a no if you've never done that. You just kind of made some decisions about dissemination, wrote a report, or put together some figures, and then you just disseminate it. In other words, you didn't do audience analysis. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Okay, some of us are saying yes. My feeling, my guess, if I were to guess, is that I would say that about 75% of us, thereabouts, maybe 60% of us are going to say no, right? 60 to 70% are going to say no. We don't really interact with our audience in advance of dissemination in a really intense and analytical way. In other words, we don't do audience research. Because sometimes we feel like we've already done research, so why do we need to do the audience research, right? But most of us, I'm seeing it's like 70% here, I would say, have said no. But a good number of us have said yes, which is good. But what I'm arguing here is it's really important to do audience analysis. It's a step that we oftentimes forget. We just think that we have a good idea about what our stakeholders are looking for, or what their expectations are, or what their knowledge background is. But our assumptions may or may not be very good assumptions. So it's really important to do as companies and worldwide organizations do, which is to do research about our audience, right? And so if we're doing research about our audience, what are some of the questions that we may be interested in looking at right here? Well, we want to know a little bit about the audience's, what the audience's perceived and existing knowledge is, right? So we want to know what their baseline knowledge is. There are sometimes as research communicators, we get up there and we start explaining things, and then we realize that the audience has no foundational knowledge in that subject, right? In other words, we need to do some work in terms of teaching them, bringing them up, right? Because they lack some sort of foundational knowledge that will allow them to engage with the material that we're sharing them. So we need to know a little bit about the audience's perceived and existing knowledge. And we have to also keep in mind that a lot of people run around these days, and Prof. Etta will attest to this, with PhDs or doctorates. I know there are some presidents that now call themselves doctors, and the joke is that like no one can find their PhDs, right? So I know, and some of you will know what presidents I'm referring to. It's like these phony PhDs, right? They have these so-called expertise. And a lot of us would look at that and say, oh, they have a doctor title in this area, and we assume that they know what we're talking about, and we find out they don't, because there are these knowledge gaps that are in existence, right? We can't just assume from somebody's background or perceived degree that they're going to even have the knowledge background. We need more research. We need more insights in that. So that's one area that we want to know a little bit more about. The second area we want to know about are significant biases that an individual or organization or stakeholder may have, right? So what sort of is their general natural proclivity on different issues that may be sensitive or pertinent to the issues that we're talking about? We also want to know a little bit about their literacy. So how are they able to access certain information, whether it's written text, whether it's sound, whether it's certain visual cues, whether in particular for those of us interested in sharing data, what that data literacy is really present, right? Seikashi's example, capstone project, arguably you need at least some baseline knowledge of data literacy to help you make sense of that example, right? So there is an assumption there in her case that her audience has some baseline knowledge in data literacy. But actually, in the broader population, a lot of folks, policymakers, as well as citizens at large, do not really have much data literacy. So we're assuming quite a lot when it comes to the display of certain things. What do we know about information retention? How much is this certain audience going to remember or retain what we're sharing? Right? I know some of us may not have thought about this, but this is really important because when we leave some sort of engagement in research communication, our hope is that we're going to make an impression on them, right? That something that we're going to share with them is going to leave them with at least a short-term, if not long-term impression, right? But is our audience going to be able to retain that information? And if so, for how long? What are our expectations? What do we know about the effects of different demographic groups, age, ethnicity, political status? So there is a lot of work that may be done in terms of different demographics and how different types of language or terms or engagement strategies may be used on the basis of one's demographic group. And then the final thing we may be interested in doing an audience analysis is understanding whether there are multiple audiences that are at work. Now, this is a lot of work, right? To be able to take into account, right? And if you look at global companies and organizations, they're very, very specific about who their audience is. And this is one of the big mistakes research communicators do is they put all these audiences all at once. They say, I want to reach the youth. I want to reach the policymakers. I want to reach the government officials. I want to reach the this. I want to reach that. They put all of them together and they say this policy brief is going to do it all. But guess what? It will not do it all. In fact, the worst case scenario is the policy brief or presentation is going to, do everything not so well. Right? Sometimes you hear the phrase, you're a jack of all trades, master of none, which means you can do, basically everything, but you're not a master at anything, right? So it's kind of like this, right? You're reaching, basically exposing all these audiences and perhaps reaching them, but you're not really influencing all of those audiences because they need to be spoken to and communicated to in very specific ways. And that's why oftentimes when it comes to drafting policy briefs or presentations, you're going to have multiple variants of the same policy brief. One policy brief that's going to go to, media stakeholders. One policy brief that's going to go to politicians. One policy brief that's going to go to the administration or agency officials. You're going to be very specific about this because there's certain things that you will or will not include on the basis of that analysis of that audience. And so you want to be as specific as you can. You want to be specific down to the age, right? You want to talk about the age. Is it 20 to 30? Is it 20 to 35? Is it 30 to 40? What kind of languages and symbols and discussion topics or things that will be engaging will be pertinent to that age bracket, right? So you have to be as precise as possible when it comes to your engagements. Right? And again, about 40% of us, maybe 35% of us said that they have done some research into their audience. But that's something that we should all be answering yes to when we're doing and engaging in a research communication process, because we can begin to see how just important that is. So.
And Professor,
Yeah.
if I may add, I would just call our participants' attention to the data that was shared previously, particularly that about climate change. You see how the data showed that many people do not know what climate change is all about. Imagine that in a world where every single day we talk about climate change, but they do know things probably about flooding. They do know things about poor waste management and all of that. So if you're not referring to what people generally know, you see that you're not talking to the audience. You're talking to some other group, or you're talking to yourself. You're not talking to the audience because they don't know it as climate change, but they have experienced climate change. But just because you've called it some other word, you've not taken into consideration their their know-how, their academic understanding, and so on and so forth. So it's so important for all of those aspects of audience analysis to be taken into consideration. And I know that we had a few people say yes to doing audience analysis. I just also wish to add that it's so important to differentiate this from understanding your participants, because sometimes you're just collecting data from the participants, but with your audience, you're presenting the findings to your audience, or you're communicating the findings. You could do that in several ways, of course. So, in communicating those findings, where you are hoping, you are expecting that it will create impact, that may be through them taking action, or just whatever you are considering as impact, it's important to understand how they'll be receiving that information.
Indeed. Indeed. And that's going to be that's very important in this whole calculus. So we're going to be talking about this through the lens of presentations in particular, because presentations are a really good example of elements of policy brief and policy sharing. And they also have elements of engaging with your audience in different ways, right? Both in storytelling as well as the public speaking elements of them. And so to get us to kind of start to think about that, I want a couple of volunteers, and there's a button at the bottom of Zoom, the reactions button there, that allows you to raise your hand. I want to have a couple volunteers share one example of a recent presentation that they made, right? This is a presentation that you made. And I want to see how you describe your audience. Who is the audience for that participation or presentation? And then what was the main objective of that presentation? So in other words, what were you hoping to achieve? So I want a couple of volunteers with a raised hand to share one example of a recent presentation that they made. What was the audience and what was the objective of that presentation? All right, so Ahmed, do you want to, since I've seen you shared in the chat, and you can feel free to share in the chat as well, but Ahmed Hassan, why don't you unmute yourself? I'm passing the mic to you, and why don't you share a little bit about your presentation experience there that you're referencing? And I'm going to come to you, Kathia, in a moment. Ahmed, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is Ahmed from Ethiopia, and I have the presentation experience as the exposure to present my research finding on water sanitation and hygiene financing. Mainly, it's related to inclusive and gender responsive. Inclusive and gender responsive wash financing, and identifying the effective and sustainable financing approaches. And I have the exposure to find out the audiences mainly from academicians. They are professors and lecturers from university, and as well as practitioners from NGOs and other donors, as well as government officials from Ministry of Water, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, and other sectors. This was my presentation experience. Mainly, it was a policy brief, actually.
Okay. So one of the challenges here, so it sounds like this was a room that was quite diverse, right? So there were multiple audiences here, because an academic's experience or approach is going to be very different than a practitioner's. There's always, whenever you get practitioners and academics in a room, there's always very big differences in sort of how they see things, how they discuss things. Then obviously you have the officials that are kind of engaging. And then you mentioned there were also stakeholders there that were funders or involved in sort of the funding or investment side of things as well, right? So you have multiple audiences, which is okay to have in a presentation. The one key thing that we'll be mentioning here is that you need to make sure that there are certain sections of your presentation that are tailored to these different audiences. So sometimes you're giving generalized sort of research findings, but then you can even have slides and presentations, and I've seen this done where it says, here are the things that are relevant to, academics, or here's something that's relevant to the funders. And you literally have a slide that is really tailored to that audience in particular, giving them directions about how, in which, and why, and what their engagements can look like, right? So all the questions answered there. Great, thank you for sharing, Ahmed. Edward, I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the mic. Please confirm if I'm audible.
Indeed, you are.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, so this is Edward Majan from Tanzania. Yeah, I got a chance to present a program, use read research program to the management. I'm working with Johan Tanzania, Youth Action Network. So I got a chance to present our program to the management team. The nature of the audience was a multiple audience. It comprised a lot of expertise. There were researchers, there were and different managerial position. So the key objective of my presentation was to set a scene, and tell them how best our program is and how it's going to transform and even equip you to the practical research skills. So we are eager to get a support, both technical and financial support. So that is all about my presentation that I did recently.
Okay, so sounds like there's a very clear call to action regarding that. Indeed. All right, great. Mahari, why don't you unmute yourself? And I see your camera's on. Can you turn your camera off, because it's in the dark? So you can turn your camera off, but your mic is now passed to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mahar Gebra from Ethiopia, and I had a chance to present my research proposal on the last month in my university, which was Adigrat University. And my main audience were the university lecturers and all academicians and some management officers. The main objective was a study on the effect of war, since there was a war in Tigray region, Ethiopia, for the last consecutive years. So it is the effect of war on the ART, on the HIV patients who take ART drug over time. So the main objective was that one. So this was my recent presentation experience. Thank you very much.
Good, excellent. Great. Thanks for sharing these experiences. And I know we've all had many of them. And we're hearing some diverse sense of audiences, but we're also seeing some very diverse notions of objectives. Now, let me ask one more question here before we get into storytelling. And I want you all to share in the chat just a yes or no to this question. For those of you who have given a presentation recently, of which you had a certain audience and you had a certain objective, which we shared a few of them, how many of you followed up to see whether that presentation had an actual impact on that audience? In other words, how many of you had mechanisms to follow up to understand whether that specific engagement had an impact on the audience? Give me a yes if you did, and a no if you didn't. And had to be explicit follow-up, or an explicit way that you measured the impact. Okay. So I'm starting to see maybe 70% saying no, 75% saying no, 25% of us saying yes. Okay. Great. So that's another thing to note here, which is really important.
See that
Yeah, go ahead, Eda.
someone said I couldn't. So it's interesting to see I couldn't. It will be interesting to hear why. So Chisholm said I couldn't. not a no, but I couldn't. So it'll be interesting to know why Chisom could not get continuous feedback.
All right, Chisholm, do you want to unmute yourself to respond to Prof. Eda's question there? I'm going to pass the mic to you.
I'm very happy to be here, audience. Was because I could not even reach out to them. I made a presentation on energy and sustainability, the importance of biodiesel as a substitute for conventional fuels. So because I was making this presentation to a whole lot of top officials, because I was doing it for a workshop program, my audience was top officials of energy background, people that came from Lagos, they came from, I live in Benin, I schooled in Benin, they came from Lagos, they came from Abuja, some came from Ghana. So I could not really follow up on and get feedback as to how my presentation went.
Okay. So
Okay, interesting.
that's an interesting one. So as much as we care about giving a good presentation, which we're going to talk about, storytelling, we ultimately care about whether what we said and what we did had an impact, right? Because we could talk all day and give a lovely presentation, but if we had no impact on it and we can't measure it, right, then we won't be able to know whether that engagement was really, truly fruitful, right? So one of the key things you mentioned there, Chisholm, is you couldn't be able to do it. Well, arguably you can. Right, I'll give you an idea here, and if you're in a room where you don't really know who the people are in the room, then I really strongly suggest having a little, contact form that people fill at the beginning or very end. Usually you would want to do this at the beginning of your presentation, and it's as easy as putting a QR code on the front of your presentation where somebody scans on their phone and just say, add your name, your position, your institute, and your contact email address. And there you go. Now you have a list of those people who are in your presentation room, or at least those people who are interested in sharing or engaging with you further. And then from there, you'll be able to have a way of debriefing some of the conversations that are there and also forming the relationships that may be critical to ensuring that research has a really tangible impact, right? So just because you're not the organizer and you may not know who's in the room or you may not have the official list doesn't mean that you as a research communicator can capture that important data for yourself and expand your networks and measurement of that impact. So just keep that in mind, that there are some strategies that we can use to be able to understand who that audience is, even if we don't have absolute control over who that audience is. Kathy shared, I know she was trying to share, but her connection was poor. So she did share in the chat. So I want to read that out. She said, I had the opportunity to carry out a research on how students could balance theoretical knowledge with practice in the quest to fight unemployment. My audience was undergraduates and unemployed youth. Great. And I think that's a more specific audience there, right? So you're dealing with a certain age demographic. You're dealing with a certain education demographic. So it's going to be a little bit easier for you to communicate than some of these examples where we're actually talking to multiple audiences, right? These policymaker audiences or these broad spectrum engagements, you're really talking to multiple audiences in which you want to really reach what we call the median audience in a very inclusive way. So there are a little bit more challenges than what is there. Great. Excellent. Good. So let's talk about storytelling. So we've talked a little bit about the audience, but let's talk about a little bit more about the way in which we communicate those messages in presentations. And again, we're using presentations as an example here that can be easily translated into policy outputs, policy briefs, or these types of engagements. And a good presentation, in addition to telling a story, should be oftentimes provocative, should be emotive, in other words, building on emotions, be thought-provoking, be enlightening, and be memorable. In fact, being provocative and emotive can make an engagement or a presentation quite memorable, right? But if we go into our room and we're just seeing ourselves as somebody just presenting some information, I did a survey and this is what people found, Or we did a test of this project. This is what people found. And that's all we're doing. We're not doing enough. We're not making it intriguing, perhaps, as much as possible here. Oftentimes, we want to start off with something provocative or highlight something that is going to really catch the viewer, right? And oftentimes, we do that in a presentation by questioning conventional wisdom. You go to the audience of policymakers and say to them, all of you have been thinking about this problem in one way, but actually that way is not the best way, right? Saying something provocative, right? Thought-provoking, emotive, right? As Prof. Etta will say, telling stories or anecdotes at the beginning that invoke an emotional response is critical to being able to engage people at a higher level in these situations, right? And that's something important to note, because as researchers, as research communicators, oftentimes, I'm sorry to put this way, but we are not always the most entertaining of people, right? I'm sure most of us, Prof. Etta has talked about social media influencers, right? And their videos, right? And you see these types of personalities and you think to yourself, this is an entertaining video. This is an entertaining personality, right? And you think about a researcher giving a talk, and they're not the most inspiring or the most engaging all the time. Now, some of us might be, right? And that may be an innate trait that we have, but the nature of research and the work that we do when we're working on the behind the scenes, troubleshooting, dealing technical knowledge, we don't oftentimes exercise that other aspect of our brain, right? But when we're giving a presentation, we have to use that. We have to use or build out those skills for ourselves to be able to do that. And it all begins with storytelling as a component of this. And so with that, Etta, I want to pass it to you to get us to get into that subject.
I don't know whether you've heard it before, but sometimes I've had my students say researchers are serious people. And by this, they mean dry, like we're emotionally dry. We don't have any kind of sense of humor or anything. We are just very serious and straight to the point. And unfortunately, in these ways of our seriousness, we miss to drive our research findings home. We miss to drive impact home. Storytelling is one of those techniques that we can use to actually turn our research into something more interesting, something more relatable. It's one of the ways, again, that we can provoke, we can actually gauge people's emotions and bring them very close to the kinds of work that we are doing. Storytelling is as old as humans themselves. I mean, this is a technique that we have used forever. If you think about it, I think each of us have heard a story before and told a story before. And when you think about some of those times when you heard or told a story, it was one of those times when you felt really relaxed, you felt very free. You didn't have to even mind some of your tenses, and you were just fully involved. I think that this is what storytelling does. And every time we communicate, we are telling a story. We are talking about, for instance, the kinds of things that made us happy. We're talking about maybe the kinds of things that made us sad, and so on, in just different genres. So every time we are communicating, we are telling a story. It's a way of actually inviting others to your own perspective. And as professionals, as research experts, we have very valuable information to provide. We have very important knowledge to share. However, one of the things we fail to consider is that important knowledge may only be important to us. So you want to talk to young people about ways to fight unemployment, for instance. You want to talk about ways to maybe promote or harness the power of renewable energy. You want to talk to young people about well-being and health and things like that. It's important just to you. if you have to actually bring people, if you have to draw others into how important that story is, that information is, then it's relevant that you use stories so that you can bring them into your perspective. So it's a kind of way of transporting others into your own worldview, into how you're thinking about the kinds of things that you're sharing. And when we do that, then we can be able to influence actions. Chisom just shared a little while ago about his audience and how they were unreachable because of their power and influence and authority and things like that. But there is also something that the audience needs from you, and that's what brought them to listen to your presentation. And this is one of the opportunity that one can leverage then to tell a good story that is appealing and compelling to that audience so that they become the focal point, in the discussions that you are having, and they will have the desire to want to further contact you and say, okay, I want to talk to you again, or I want to listen to you again, or I would like you to talk to others about these kinds of issues that you're raising through me. So how do we ensure that we are driving home impact with the research that we do? Storytelling is one of the ways. Beyond a traditional definition, we can view it as that holistic process, because it requires that the teller activates and focuses the listener's senses to a message that you're telling. So if I say, for instance, help, we are in a virtual meeting, and I can bet you there are some people who are not here at the moment. So while they are online, they're actually not active. But once I maybe just scream, they turn on, they become cognitively alert, like, oh, why did she scream? And they come to find out. So what have you done in that sense? You have activated the senses of the individual. And we know that the individual is made up of a social aspect, of a cognitive aspect, of an emotional aspect. And this is what drives people to actions. Think about emotional learning, think about emotional intelligence. When people can relate with the stories or with the information that you are sharing, then they can better take action because their senses have been activated. All those senses you can think about, that of feeling, that of sight, that of hearing, and so on. So storytelling can be very impactful and drive home specific outcomes if we tell those stories effectively. And the main question, therefore, is why do we tell stories? Why do we tell stories? If we think of it, it's a way of actually conveying. Prof. Peter, next slide, please. It's one of the ways in which we can actually convey a huge amount of information to those who are listening to us, transporting others into our own world of interest. When you are interested in something, like the kinds of research that we do, and we are sure passionate about these kinds of research that we want to do, most times policymakers do not understand. Decision makers do not understand what your evidence is and why it should matter. If you must transport them into that world of interest, then it's important that you tell effective stories. Or one of the techniques is to be able to use storytelling. It's also a way of conveying experiences. One of the key elements in our relationships is the human being itself. You can draw from the existentialist view of life and things like that. So the human being is a key symbol in our earthly interactions. One of our scholars asked the question, what if you're talking about air? Imagine you're talking about air, or pure science research, where you are talking about maybe the air, you're talking about some kind of molecule, or you're talking about atoms, or you're talking about lab research where you are actually mixing certain kinds of chemicals. How do you bring humans into it? Many times we think like that about our research, but we fail to remember that, to note that that research is being communicated to humans. So whether you're talking about air, you're probably talking to humans about air. Whether you're talking about molecules or atoms or chemicals being mixed in the lab, you're talking about it in light of how it can improve human living. So it's therefore important to bring humans at the center of that story, which is a way to convey your experiences. And you can do that if you do not have any kinds of experiences to share. So if I come and I'm talking to you a lot about, well, you see, we need to take care of our mental health because of this reason, and I have no experience about how mental health probably has taken anybody down the drain, the negative effects. I don't have any experiences that is relatable. Then it just becomes more theoretical knowledge. People cannot easily relate to that. So storytelling helps us to be able to convey these experiences, and it also helps us to be able to elicit a desired response. When we go into any communication, let's remember that there is always the sender and there is the receiver. So there is someone who sends out information and there is someone who receives that information. But this relationship is not just unidirectional. So it is bi-directional, and it goes on multiples of times. So when you send information out, you expect that the receiver is going to give you feedback and vice versa. And therefore, when you communicate information, it is important that you have an intended purpose for which you are communicating that information. Why am I having this workshop? Why am I doing this workshop presentation? Why am I sharing this policy brief? Why am I publishing this article? And so on and so forth. Why am I doing this blog post? There is a certain kind of action that you want your intended audience to carry out. And so in doing that, you need to convince them to be able to carry out those actions. And that's what we mean by eliciting a desired response. That is the kind of response you want. But in order to get out that response from your receivers, you must find better, effective strategies to ensure that they are giving you those desired responses. It also helps to persuade for action, and it helps for our message to be memorable. I think Prof. Peter alluded to it. Think about the tons of presentations that you've attended before. What are some of those presentations that you remember the most? And think about what are some of the things, the characteristics, the factors that made you remember those presentations and not the others. If people are going to leave your presentation ground not remembering anything that you communicated, it just means that you're not creating any impact in their minds, because you need to do that to help them to take action. And so we can use storytelling in these kinds of ways. And let's just look at one of the examples. Let's look at an example here, Prof, where we can use storytelling versus other approaches to be able to pass on information. I want us to take a few seconds and look at the two problems before us. So we have one on the left side and that on my right. So on my left, this is a research about maternal mortality, and it talks about 673 maternal deaths that are happening as a result of hemorrhage. And it also talks about under 5 mortality rates, which are very high amongst children who are born. So just take your time. This is the height of, or this is the center of the issue that is being presented here. I just want you to take a few, let's give ourselves 5 seconds, look at these two problems, and then just indicate in the chat which resonates with you more. Which of these problems in the way it has been presented resonates with you more? So let's call that we have maternal mortality 673. So the one on my left, let's call it problem 1. And the one on my right, problem 2. So just indicate in the chat 1 or 2, which one resonates more with you.
And I think this gets to the point that was asked by Edward in the chat to some extent. What is the limitation of storytelling, considering you are communicating a very dry message, which is too technical? What do you do, right? So, and I asked in the chat, what is an example of this? Because some of the things that we may think are really dry are actually still lend themselves to a storytelling approach. In fact, there are a lot of great science podcasts that are out there that take very complex technical science related work and it distills it in a way that is within the context of a broader sort of storytelling format, right? So just keep that in mind, that what might seem dry may only be dry because we make it that way. So Edward's example is challenges in diagnosing and managing adrenal inefficiency in patients with multi-system diseases. Well, the title may be very boring, or mundane, or very dry, and that's a decision about your title. You don't have to use that as your main title, right? And we're going to talk about designing titles, right? That's probably not a great title for a talk. It could be a subtitle, but it's not a great title for a talk. But essentially, if you're looking at sort of approaches to diagnosing, you can tell the story of different patients that are facing different approaches to the diagnosing, and how that relates to sort of the inefficiency of that, right? Like, you can tell the story of different cases to get people engaged in that. It's not purely a technical exercise, but it's also about telling the story of that. Again, I don't know exactly the nature of that specific work based on the title, but it sounds like there's a story to be told there. So Eda, back to you. I know that you asked a question there. So,
okay, that's great, Prof. I see the chats coming in, and I think, Prof, will you agree that we have more tools? I've seen those who have given in a sentence form, so they indicated there's somebody who said one, but was actually referring to two. So we have a lot of that coming in, and there is a three. There is no three anyway. But specifically, we have a comment coming from Rose. Rose says that people are wired differently. So in science spaces, for instance, people will want to see stats and they want to see figures, and that is true, no doubt. But the purpose here is to understand how then can we communicate figures. How can we communicate huge numbers in a way that people can relate to? You do not necessarily have to talk about the figures. I could talk to you about chi-square results without having an x2 and all of that. I could talk to you about what in terms of significance and non-significant results without having all the scores coming in, without having p-values and things like that. But it still does mean the same thing. So it's about how you present that information. And while people are wired differently, it is about finding the best ways in which people will relate to the information that you're providing. And trust me, every individual loves a good story. Every individual in every presentation seeks to understand the presentation rather than to be filled up with lots of information that they do not understand. And it is always misconstrued that whenever we talk about stories, it's an artistic thing. So it's something which is not related to science. We've had that a lot. But this is not true. We can still talk about figures, as you will see in the second example here. We can still talk about numbers, without having to present the numbers in very awkward ways or in ways that cannot be clearly understood. So in the second problem, which many of the people I see, many of our participants have gone with, we see that the problem, one of us even said, one of the things that stands out for me is that 700 women were bleeding in pregnancy, as opposed 673 women were having obstetric hemorrhage. Many of us may not know what that is, but many of us can relate to what it means to bleed in pregnancy. And that is what makes the difference. And if we could go past this slide and ask, what do you remember in terms of wordings of the problems that we've shared? You will likely hear people talk a lot about the second way in which that has been shared, because we can relate to it. All right. Let's go on, Prof.
I want to address the comments in the chat because we've got a really nice discussion going on here.
Okay.
So I want to pause here and talk about that, because a couple of things have been raised which are really intriguing. So the first thing is about facts, figures, and statistics. Facts, figures, and statistics can be displayed in many different ways, right? Storytelling, or broadly, in fact, every time we're explaining things, we are doing storytelling. So there's no difference between technical and storytelling. It's just the amount of context or other things that we may put may be different, but it's all storytelling of a sort, right? And facts, figures, and statistics are in fact embedded in the context of the stories or the explanations that we tell, right? It's just the nature of how that material is engaged with. Because here's the one critical thing here is about memory, right? We may think that people like just a bullet point of facts, right? If I give you 10 facts and I just flash them on our screen for 10 seconds and I say, you have 10 seconds to memorize as many facts as you see on your screen, versus me explaining those facts in a narrative, chances are you're going to remember my narrative better than a list of facts that I just asked you to memorize. And there's a reason for that. And that has to do with our human cognition and the way in which we understand and organize experiences and facts and figures and statistics. We organize them more in sort of a generalized, more narrative approach, because that's sort of embedded. That we're all wired differently, but there are some similarities for how we engage in this cognition process. So it's about striking a balance between understanding that there is a cognition approach of a certain way, as well as getting across the key facts and figures and statistics. We don't want to leave those out. We just need to make sure we're delivering those in a way that is successful there and is memorable there. So that's really critical in this perspective here, right? Our whole presentation doesn't need to be about stories, right? But it has to be explained in a way that communicates that across there. Now, another issue came up in the audience, which is the differences between different audiences that may be relevant to these two examples, right? And a couple of us said, well, the problem number one on the left side of your screen is more likely to be for a technical group, and the one on the right side is more for like a open citizenry, like a broader communication. And to some degree, yes, there may be different audiences at play, or different audiences may react differently to that. And as we talked before, the audience is the central focal point for making our decision, and it's good that we're acknowledging that fact here. But again, just because we tend to display things or explain things in a way that, say, technical experts have traditionally understood or may have liked, does not necessarily mean that it is the best way, right? So I'll give you an example. In the research communication program, we actually go through this example extensively, but I'll do it in brief. COP, 26, these big conferences put out highly technical reports at the end of the conference. So they're these long reports. They're like 100 pages long. They got a lot of statistics in them. And in the research communication program, we look at these policy briefs and we break it down and we look at the ways in which they've communicated in different ways. And you'll find that, it's a lot of information there. It's some relevant things. It's some useful things. But a lot of it is not really communicated in a very useful way. And the part of the reason is that that's just the way everyone's always done it, right? So they're not necessarily bringing a new approach. To say, well, if bullet points of specific facts and figures is the way we've always done it, we're going to do it. So yes, some of these technical audiences are used to that. It doesn't necessarily mean that they digest that information as well in that format, right? But of course, there is variation, as one of us mentioned, that we're all wired differently, right? So just keep that in mind. The other thing is there is also assumption here that a lot of us are making, is that the technical the technical people are not going to like narrative, right? And that may or may not be a founded assumption too, but it's one that we need to test. Remember, coming back to what I said at the outset about understanding our audience, a lot of us are making that assumption, but the question is, have we tested that? Have we done an A/B test where we given a presentation in two ways and then we tested the knowledge? Not even ask them. We could ask the audience, which presentation do you like? But I would argue the best test is like, what did you remember? I'm going to give you two presentations, and I'm going to give one group one presentation and another group another presentation style. I'm going to ask them questions after the presentation about what did they remember, and also what would you be likely to do a certain call to action. So for instance, if that call to action is signing up to an email list to get more information, how likely are you to do it after listening to one presentation versus the other? If you're doing that careful audience analysis and scientific research on your audience, then you will be able to answer the question about what narratives or approaches worked effectively. But keep that in mind. We have a lot of assumptions about our audience that are there. The last thing I'll say is that, your research communication effort doesn't all have to be one story, like a story of Judith in this case. But oftentimes starting your presentation, at least, with that story to, in other words, situate or frame the technical knowledge successfully is going to be very helpful, right? So if you walk into a presentation and the first thing they hit you with is their methodology for their study and their research question, right? And then another guy gets up there and they give their research methodology and a research question, right? A lot of things are going to get lost perhaps in that opening, right? And in that engaging opening. But if you start with an intriguing problem, an intriguing observation, an anecdote, or of such, like this is an example of an anecdote, an example like Judas. But if you start with an intriguing finding or fact that is against conventional wisdom, this is a style of storytelling that is different than what you see displayed here, but it's still storytelling, and it is still an interesting and engaging way of entering that into that subject, right? And the last thing I'll say on this piece, sorry to interject here, Etta, which is coming back to the space of social influencers today, right? That are shaping a lot of policy decision and makers' decisions a lot more than you'd like to think, right? You'd like to think that a lot of experts are influencing policymakers, but ultimately there are a lot of other people that oftentimes don't know a lot about subjects that are influencing those policymakers even more than the experts, right? You can see that here in the United States. Tomorrow there's an incoming president who's a pretty terrible guy with a bunch of people around him that their only qualification is he likes them and he says things he likes, right? Those are about to be taking over powerful of one of the more powerful countries around the world tomorrow. Pretty scary in my view. But from that reality, these people in that cabinet who are going to enter in key ministries are not experts in these areas. They're people that are influenced by other people out there that have been able to tell a more powerful story than the experts, right? Which closes into one key thing and reality that we're living in today, coming back to my introduction, is that you are not just competing with other experts, but you're competing with other people who have unfounded assumptions about what you talk about, right? People who have ideas about how public health should be done in one way or the other, right? And so we have to realize that we have to use some tactics and approaches particularly storytelling as an effective way to enter into those spaces and enter into those discussions as well. So it's not only important to, reaching some of our traditional audiences, but it also is important to opening up some of these spaces and making inroads into those areas as well, that we oftentimes as researchers lose the battle of public opinion on, because we're not very good at sort of telling stories in the way that that will ultimately be more influential, right? So just keep that in mind. Not everyone is listening to the experts. And I think there's a reason why we have a lot of bad policy that takes place in our societies, because we're not listening to the research. We're not listening to the experts. We're not doing an effective enough
Because
job
we are
of
also
tipping them.
not in spaces. And also because we are not in spaces where people are being listened to. We are in the technical jargon areas and we are only attending to ourselves. So because we are not in spaces, just like you said, Prof, the public opinion is swayed in a particular direction. Why? Because there are certain people influencing it with the kinds of relatable stories that they are telling. In fact, every government is so afraid of social media because they know how really influencers can push an agenda to one direction or the other. It's really important for us to take note. And when we talk about facts, think about how we as humans process information. We have a 20-minute span of attention. And so how much figures and numbers or statistics can we take in at this time? At the time when we are attending to a particular information is the best time for us to make decisions as to whether we will take actions or not. And when information that is being communicated at this time is not effectively communicated, then people miss out. People want something that is interesting that will keep them focused in the information. And like I've said before, it's always misconstrued that storytelling doesn't have a place in science or when we are dealing with hard facts. No, that's not true. It depends on how you're going to tell that story. Okay? Because people want to be able to relate to what you are saying. So many youths are unemployed. Yes, but who are these youths who are unemployed? You do not know. Are we talking about youths who probably did not go to school? And who are these people who have not gone to school? We do not know. All we hear are figures. But what are the stories behind these figures? Nobody can relate to. And this is where stories come up. And let's not make the mistake to think that it's in every portion of our presentation that we have to bring in stories. But we do bring in stories where it is relevant to use those stories to gauge attention and the emotions of our listeners.
Indeed. And one last thing, Etta, to Jaholala's comment here. Do you think problem 2 will be suitable for policymakers who oftentimes lack the time to read narrated stories? Well, if they're lacking the time to read, look at the amount of text that is in both of these. The amount of text is pretty much the same. Right? The number of words will be the same, right? So if they don't have time to read this engaging story, they're certainly not going to have time to look at these bulleted points. And even if they do, they're not going to remember any of these things, right? So keep in mind, again, one of the critical thing coming back to cognition is our human memory is limited, right? We even after this workshop, we will ask you a question at the end of this workshop. It's one of the ways in which we understand whether today's workshop had an effect on how you thought about these things. We're going to ask the question, what is your one takeaway from today's session? So I'm previewing that question in a couple hours, right? Everyone is going to have a different answer to what their one takeaway is. And chances are after today's workshop, although you'll absorb a lot and you may watch the video many times afterwards, you're going to remember after today's session maybe 2 or 3 main things, right? The rest of the things you would have to review the video to. So we are cognizant of that, even in this workshop setting here, that there are 2 to 3 things that you're going to really remember from today and are going to be infused into your practice, and you'll share with your colleagues in your networks. And that's great, right? And that's fine. So we know that people have limited time. They also have limited bandwidth when it comes to their memory. So it's our job to craft communication strategies that are acknowledging these constraints, right, that we have amongst our audience. And I think that's the critical thing. But again, comes back to analyzing our audience and questioning our innermost assumptions about who our audience are, right? I think that's the critical part, coming back to before, why we need so much research. And companies, like the big companies, the global companies, the Nestle's, the Coca-Cola, they spend so much time figuring out what you will remember about their product, or what message what billboard imagery is going to stick in your mind so you remember when you go out to buy a drink, what drink you're going to buy, right? They're spending time understanding this. And we as researchers need to also understand this reality too. So Etta, let's go on. I think we've had a good discussion here, so we're gonna let's move on to that.
To talk about story.
Yeah,
let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. And then after we're done our storytelling, we're going to take a brief break so everyone could get a moment, and then we'll look at some presentations and discuss. So yeah, Etta, back to you.
All right. So I think this summarizes it. We must combine facts and emotions to tell very compelling stories. Of course, you don't want to tell arbitrary stories or stories that are fictional. Remember, again, there are different types of stories. So when we're talking about stories here, we are talking about ways in which you can translate those facts, that may be a bit difficult to understand in themselves, in a way that is more presentable, is more relatable. And so we need to combine both facts and emotions. We live in a world of information overload. And what people really do is they skim. They don't read, they skim across information. So we have reports, for instance, think about UNESCO reports, GEM reports, Global Education Monitoring reports, 224 pages. Nobody reads that. But people immediately move to where, those little boxes where they are telling a story about some young girl in Kenya and how they have been denied education, or some young girl in Cameroon and things like that. That is where people pay attention to, because they are interested in seeing really realistically who this impacts in terms of a person, rather than just facts. So we can tell more effective stories when we combine these facts and emotions, and also when we zoom into the problem from the perspective of a persona, using a human-centered design. This is really very important for me to talk about. When we put humans at the center of our storytelling process, of our design, it makes it more relatable. Now, we'll just look at an example. Prof. Peter, can we do that even before we talk about context and person? When we talk about a particular person undergoing the kinds of challenges, for instance, that we are bringing forth, it is better understood than when we are talking about it in maybe third person, or when we are talking about it in a more imaginative way. So you talk about, I keep going to youth unemployment. So imagine that we start talking about 3 million youth in Africa are unemployed, and the majority of them are girls, and maybe girls coming from low income backgrounds, or coming from poor families. It's different when you are talking about Mercy, who is coming from Cameroon, and Mercy was born into a family where the parents maybe lost the parents to a crisis, and as a result of that, Mercy has not gone to school. So you are actually putting a person at the mid of that whole process of telling that story. The person is the one who is at the center of it. This is so important because we relate to one another through the kinds of stories that we tell. Or better still, we are able to relate to problems, we are able to relate to issues if the human is at the center of it. But if we cannot associate, a human being to whatever kind of information that is being communicated, people get lost. And that's why people cannot take actions as to what do you really want them to do. So you talk about maybe poor waste management, everywhere is being littered, but who is being affected? And if you do not put somebody at the center of that, people are like, well, you see, it's not my problem. It's not affecting a member of my family. It's not affecting a member of my kindred or my community. So it's the problem that belongs to another person. It's not a problem that belongs to me. So it's so important to profile the persona of the person in whatever presentation that we are making. And of course, we cannot overemphasize the context and the specific person. And so in sum, we think that if a story is personal, so there are three aspects that makes a very good story, and it can help us to apply that storytelling technique, to just whatever kind of piece we are communicating. The person in terms of making that story personal or making that information personal in terms of the purpose, understanding the needs and the expectations of the audience, as well as that of the person, the communicator, one who is sending out the information. So it is both ways. So we need to understand why is this audience present to listen to me today? And why do I want to talk to them? Even when we write papers for publication, we are writing to a particular audience. And it's important to understand why people should be reading that paper and why am I sending out the information I'm sending out. This is as important as the message itself, as well as also having the human-centered design, where you are placing the individual at the center. And what do we do when we are placing the individual at the center? We take into consideration emotions, the opportunity to spark emotions, to provoke emotions. I think Prof. Did mention this, that when we present, our presentations should be provocative and they should also be emotive. So we must take into considerations emotions, experiences, as well as the context from both ends. So from the end of the communicator, as well as from the perspective of the receiver.
Yeah, and this really goes along with what we see a lot in the social innovation space today, this concept of human-centered design or design thinking. Some of you may have heard these terms, right? So it's a way in which we design solutions to problems that put the human experience at the center of the innovation, right? And so when we think about designing a presentation, we're also thinking about the crafting of that presentation within that similar context as well. So the last things that we'll say before we go to the break, just to summarize, is that we want to, when it comes to the presentation, we want to use a more perhaps in some venues, more conversational approach. We want to use personalized stories where appropriate. We want to make the story short, relatable, readable, and interesting, right? And that's another key thing, is being concise. We're going to see how this plays out in some examples in a moment. We want to blend the facts with visualizations, as some of you mentioned, that graphics as well as a visualization or chart is critical. That's another piece of this. We'll take a look a little bit more. And we want to make sure that we develop the themes into the main ideas in our work as well. So the last thing we'll say before we go to break is that PowerPoints are the dominant forms of giving presentations today. But oftentimes, PowerPoints are I'm using PowerPoints here in the generic sense of, not just PowerPoint, the platform, but just the presentation or slide deck, which is that they're oftentimes misused, right? Many people use their slides and presentations as a script for their presentation. In other words, it's almost about the word for word, what they're going to say. But we're going to take a look at some examples of some good presentations and some not good presentations to point out ways in which we're able to do that in an effective way. And so they should focus on the key takeaways, as I mentioned, the calls to action, the key takeaways, the main points, and the assumptions about the audience to work backwards from that to how we craft the presentation. So we start with the objectives first and the assumptions about research assumptions about the audience first, and then we work back to the presentation. And the final thing is understanding the needs and expectations of that audience, as I've just mentioned, right? And so in addition to that, you could see this is a slide that we might use if we're looking at the Judas example with the image that kind of invokes emotion, right? People are probably not going to forget this type of image, right? On a slide, if this is sort of your intro, you start with this story, right? The whole presentation may not be that story, but if this is the beginning of your presentation, it's certainly perhaps going to invoke certain senses of emotion, of urgency to this challenge, and emphasize the absolute scope of the challenge, which is what you're trying to do in this narrative, is focus on scope. But in addition to that, we're thinking about the font size, the size, the color consistencies, the use of visualizations, and how we may be able to integrate those into an effective presentation. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break here, because we know we've been at this for 2.5 hours, which is a good length of time, a good stretch. We're going to take a break here because we all need to get up, stretch our legs, walk about just a bit. So we're going to take about a 7-minute break. So why don't we come back 5 minutes after the hour? So we're all in different time zones, so it'll be a different hour. So 5 minutes after the hour, let's come back and we're going to take a look at some presentations, both good and not good, and some drafts, and then we'll take it from there. So some more explicit conversations about those. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy the break. All right, we're going to come back together now. So hopefully you enjoyed a little break here to stretch your legs. I know today is one long session. We're going to go on for about 2 more hours because we got a fair amount to go through. But we are making good progress. And I really want to say here that I'm very encouraged with all the comments and elements of discussion that are happening in the chat. That's exactly what we like here in this workshop and in our programs as well. Again, we're compressed with time given the format for the research communication workshop, but we're really happy to see that level of engagement. And as you've seen, we like to incorporate your insights and your thoughts, your comments, your questions into our conversations here, because it's very important, because that's how we learn, is we discuss some of these pieces here. Including what we're going to look at next, which is looking at some actual presentations. So I'm going to pull up an example. And I know some of you attended the research communication workshop and information session some months ago. That was during the application, in advance of the application. Prof. Etta and I also ran those sessions to discuss a little bit more about the research communication program and to do a little bit of workshop feature. And we focused on presentations, but not in the depth that we're doing here by far, right? As you know. But we did have one example of a presentation in that session, and I'm going to bring that example back. So some of you may recall this example from that session here. But we're going to take a look a little bit more in depth at this example, and then we're going to take a look at a few drafts of a presentation from a current research communication scholar who presented at one of the Leaders of Africa Institute events. And as a scholar, you're able to use the Institute to present at different events here, and you can actually arrange your own events with the help of Leaders of Africa Institute as a scholar. And so they did that, and so we're going to take a look at their presentation, the drafts, and how it evolved over time, and sort of point out the strengths and the weaknesses of that work. So let me share my screen, and what we will see on your screen is a made-up presentation. So I don't want anyone here to leave and think that there, in fact, is a, here we go, full screen, that there is a country named Wakanda. It is a made-up place. It comes from the Black Panther movie series. It's sort of, think of it like kind of like a Pan-African community in of sorts. And so we're using that. This is made up. And all the data that is shared here is made up here. But you can imagine in a presentation scenario that you would have that. So I'm going to give you two versions of this presentation here, and we're going to take a look at these two versions here. And I want to first do something that we did do in those small mini workshops, sort of get your feedback. So I'm going to flip through the slides pretty briefly, and I just want you to share in the chat some of the things that you thought could be improved in this presentation. So here's the title slide, and here's the title. Again, made up person, made up department, made up university. So let's go into the first slide. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. It's not for you to necessarily interpret all the information, but just get a sense of this presentation. Again, share in the chat things that you find are concerning about this presentation that we crafted. Here's the third slide. Here's the fourth slide. Here's the fifth slide. And here's the conclusion. So it's an abbreviated presentation, right, of a research talk, for instance. Very, very much abbreviated. All right. So in the chat, what are some elements that could be improved? So let's share those in the chat. What are some things that could be better in this presentation? So let's share in the chat. Could be anything.
Maybe you could just run through it again, just one more time. The introduction.
Okay, I will do that. Here we go. Here's the front. There's the literature review. There's health insurance. Factors. Results. Conclusion. All right. So let's take a look at some of your comments that they're now coming in. And we get to be the critic. And don't worry, Etta and myself and others on the team, we crafted this. So, yeah, it's not anyone's work. So let me share some of those comments on your screen. Manuel says the font, also the color. Edward says some slides seem congested. Let's see. John Ricky says contrast to be improved, citations to be removed or placed at the end of the presentation, color choice to be looked at. I like the citation comment here. Not a lot of people focus on that, but actually in some talks, it's better to pull those out or to have fewer citations than what were even represented there. Hadaya says most slides are busy, making it difficult to read. Sefa says very verbose, too verbose, and better use of graphics, pictures, and creative images. And also the color and the font are about harsh on the eyes. So a lot of people have a problem with the background color and the selection. I mean, if I just go through the comments here, a lot of you are saying that there. Congested. A lot of you said similar words here. Yeah, so color there. Diagrams. Let's see. There we go. It would be good if it was presented in graphs, tables, or diagrams. Okay, things like that. Great. So we have a really good intuition here. So let's focus on a few of the things you said. Yes, the font and the color. problematic. Number one, the font style here is kind of an old school style. So when you're thinking about fonts for your presentation, you really want to think about what are some common fonts in your area and what are some more modern-esque fonts or fonts that are being used at sort of the cutting edge spaces, right? And font, believe it or not, font is one of the most important graphical choices that you could make. When I'm deciding a font for a project, for instance, it may take me hours to decide what that font will be because the font talks a lot, right? About like what you're going to communicate, right? If it's Comic Sans, so it's laughable. If it's cursive, all these things make a difference. So this is a really sort of antiquated font. It's an okay font, but it's pretty antiquated. But the colors are the problem here as well. Accessibility. White on light blue is terrible. It's very low contrast. So there's a reason why it's hurting your eyes, why it's hard to read, is because it's low contrast. That's the term we'd use, which is problematic for a normal person with normal vision, as I have, for instance, as many of you have. But imagine somebody who has low vision. You even need more contrast. So problem there. Some of you had problem with the graphics and the creative imagery. Better use of it. But none of us really talked about whether these figures really represent the Wakandan people. They're just clip artists, clip art type figures or stock photos, right? And they don't really tell us much, right? They're really, really bland, right? And not only that, they don't necessarily represent the background of the people of Wakanda that I'm talking about, right? So it's not contextually specific, right? These images, and they're just two-dimensional, they're bland. And so as research communicators, one of the advice that I always give to research communicators is with permissions in mind. So you always need to make sure to ask permission when taking people's photos. But when you're doing research or doing research activities, always have your phone there and always take good photos, because you never know when you can take those photos that you've taken alongside the research to infuse that into some of the work that you do, right? A lot of researchers don't remember that, and so they don't do that, right? Now, some of you may say, well, I'm in public health, and I did research on HIV positive patients, and I can't be going around taking people's pictures. They would never give me sort of permission to do that. Perfectly okay. Of course, you need permission, right? But you can take pictures or get permission to take a picture of the outside of the clinic, right, that they're visiting, right, or different aspects or the instruments or the waiting room in which the patients were there, even if there are no patients there. And those images and imagery can be infused into your presentation. And what's best about them is that you have use rights over those images. And the best part is those are images that somebody couldn't find in another clip art database somewhere else, right? So keep that in mind. Imagery is important, but there are other elements we might think about the imagery as well. Too much information on the page is useful here as well. There's a lot of information on these pages, right? It's bulleted points, but the way in which they express this is not useful at all. So we need to find other and creative ways to lessen the information here in terms of the text and find ways of really opening this presentation up, all right? So there's a lot of things that we could improve here. The other last thing I would say, the title is terrible, not engaging, right? And also, we don't even know how to get in touch with Tabo. Like, where's his email address? Where's his handles? At the end, like, do we know how to get in touch? What's the call to action here? It just says we should do more to do studies, or we can do more, right? Like, very vague calls to action. Like, what is somebody supposed to do with this? Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. Like, move on. Like, we want to, and I shared this in the chat, have a clearer sense of a call to action. Paul had a good suggestion there in the chat of the use of photo voice as an important tool in research communication. Thanks for sharing that, Paul. So let's look at an alternative universe of this alternative universe world that we're talking about of Wakanda, which is another version of a presentation. And the first thing you're going to see about this is high contrast. Dark blue or dark background with white text is better for vision. Believe it or not, like dark text on lighter backgrounds is actually worse for vision. The best on your eyes is actually white text on a darker background. That is high contrast. So if somebody has low vision, usually when they're viewing the presentation or their computer screen, they actually have it all white text and then the backgrounds are black if somebody has very low vision. So it's a trick there. So that's what we're doing here. And the other thing that we're noticing here was we have the email address and the social media handle of the individual, so somebody can note that, and that should also be at the end of the presentation. The other critical thing is the title. And I remember Edward had this very long-winded title that he shared here. Let me go back. Challenges in diagnosing and managing adrenal insufficiency in patients with multi-system diseases. That is what you may be presenting, but it's not the most engaging title. That is what we may see as sort of a subtitle. So I'll point this out here. Let me get the cursor here. We kind of have two titles here. One is what I call like the engaging or the short title or the main title. And then we have a colon here. And then we have like the technical title, right? It's always great to have a great engaging, at least main title, even if your technical title is going to be something quite mundane, right? Particularly for those of us doing more science technical presentations. But look at this title here, Ensuring the Future. It's a pretty creative title. If you're thinking about the play on words here, right? It's about insurance, right? Because like insuring, like is insurance, I-N, but it also could be, it's also a play on words here because it's also hearkening to insuring or E-N-S-U-R-E, right? So insure, right? So ensuring the future, right? So it's about health insurance, ensuring the future, advancing insurance satisfaction in Wakanda, right? There's the more sort of technical title there. It's not overly technical here in this case, but it's more technical. So think about that, right? Good researchers, and I'm seeing this more and more in academic journals too, have like a main title that is really engaging and then the more technical title that follows. And I even see this in the hard sciences. People who are doing the most hard science research are finding a creative title to do that because guess what? When somebody reads a creative title and they're judging what they want to read, they're going to choose the article that has that more engaging title, everything else being equal. Right? It's just the way we're programmed, right? Again, you don't have to be clickbaity with your titles in these settings, right? You don't need to say, you know, look at this or whatever you see on YouTube these days where it's like, you know, and then you watch the video and you realize the clickbait title had nothing to do with what they actually talked about. You don't need to do that, right? That's not our job here in research, but we can come up with engaging titles and we can do that ourselves. Actually, ChatGPT, I think some people I've seen have been using that as inspiration to coming up with creative titles for their papers. So you can be able to use that. But be careful with some of these tools because you may find one day you walk into a presentation and everyone has the same ChatGPT title for their presentation. So that's why human creativity is kind of still important. But our discussion isn't so much on that today. That's a whole other topic of conversation. All right, so at the beginning of this presentation, coming back to what Etta said, right? There's a story here. You meet an individual. You make it relatable. This is one of the characters from the Black Panther series. She's one of the commanders of their military of the community. And it just mentions this person to point out some of the healthcare difficulties they face in the Wakandan communities, battle-related injuries, regular fitness and sports medicine concerns, PTSD and mental health from fighting in battle, family counseling and support because you're away from your family in battle, right? Wakanda, there's a lot of battles going on. A lot of people are in the military. So these are some of the needs of a typical Wakandan, right? Told through this story. So you open your presentation, you say, we have a lot of needs that require insurance, that require some sort of healthcare system that allows people to access these needs, right? It's telling a story of a sort, but it's still engaging us in really substantive and important framing of the issue of health insurance, right? It's important to know why we care about health insurance and what some of those needs are. Well, we've done it through a story. We've communicated that technical information through the context of an engaging open to our presentations here. Then we can look at increases in access. So as opposed to a slide with a lot of words, we have very few bullet points here. And we have, in this case, a very simple data visualization. And it's simple. It's simplified as simple as you can do it. Now, this program and this workshop in this program is not aimed at data visualization techniques. That's a whole subset of conversations. And in fact, the Institute has a program called the Data Plus Design for Development program. Unfortunately, applications have closed, or they may still be open. I can't remember what the date was, but yeah, that program is all about data visualization in complex forms and in simple forms like this, right? But one thing I'll have you note is how simple this is, right? Not all of, you see all this trend line here, how they've not numbered every single number in the trend line. Why? Because it's not important, right? The important thing is to tell the viewer that the trend is upwards and that in the recent years it went up by 3%, and then what the percentage it is today, right? Imagine we're in the 2050s, or 2150s, right? We're in the future, right? So the point is here, a lot of you are going to be having the tendency to share a ton of information on your data visualization that is not relevant to really telling the story, right? People don't need to know what it was, in 2140 or 2135. They just want to know the trend, right? They want to know the general direction, and they want to know what it is right now and sort of a recent trend, right? So you got to think about how you simplify your data visualizations. And this simple one here is an example of that. And also the increments here. Notice how they're on tens right here. You could even do 20s. I would argue maybe doing 20s, but I guess in our case, we were thinking, well, you're crossing over that 60% line. You may even just show the 60% line and the 50% line and truncate that, even if you want to make it more simple. The only problem with truncating the axis here, not to go into a lot, is that it may make it look like there's been more of an increase than there really was, right? So imagine if 50 is down here and 70 is up here, then it will look like a massive change, but the real change is like 55 to 67, right? So that's why we made the decision to have the full length here, because you don't want to give a false impression to your viewer of an increase than was reality. But again, this is not the Data Plus Design for Development program, so we're not going to get into a lot of these intricacies. But the fact is, we've shown it in a visualization. And that's what one of us or a couple of us said earlier. We want to make sure that we are also using data visualizations. And that's part of the story, right? The story here, coming back to storytelling, is the story of a subtle increase in insurance rates. That's the story that you're telling here. It's not a narrative story here, but it's still a story or a data story that you're telling. Again, storytelling in different form. David says, can we reframe our technical research titles into simple briefs that fits into the understanding of the policy audience? Absolutely, too. Yeah, you don't need to use a technical title, too. So you don't need to have a technical title. You could just call this Ensuring the Future, and that's it, right? But some people like to give a little bit more, and some like to appeal to those technical titles. So I'm just giving you a solution that could use both. But maybe you just want to do away with some fancy title altogether. You just want an engaging title.
Okay, Prof. I could also add that when we talk about creativity, again, sometimes one may forget the purpose. So there is a purpose for the presentation, and it's important to anchor the title to that purpose in a creative way. Most times when we do research, we just take the title of the research. It becomes the title of our presentation. But we forget that the research participants are different from our presentation audience. And there's a whole different type of outcome that we expect from that presentation. This is what should actually guide the way we are going to be titling the communication piece. I think it was important for me to add that in a way as well to answer the question raised by David.
Indeed. And I love creative titles. I gave presentations, 2 presentations in mid-December. One was titled Beyond Numbers, and then it had a slightly more technical title that followed. And Beyond Numbers was about how we define youth. And the argument was we can't just use age as a marker of youth. There are other markers that we need to use to understand the context of youth when it comes to political engagement, right? So beyond numbers, right? So it is what I'm talking about. I'm saying we need to move beyond numbers, but it's also something that's easy for somebody to understand and engaging. And the other one was seizing the narrative, and then the technical title was how West African coup governments are using, communications to consolidate their power. I can't remember the technical title, but it was seizing the narrative, right? Because coups, they seize power, right? And then I'm also talking about how the coups are the ones that are kind of controlling the narratives in their country to build up popular support. Right? So there's a double meaning in that seize the narrative, right? But again, I've got a technical title. It's a traditional academic talk that I'd give in a presentation venue where the audience members are all professors, like myself. But that engaging title, right, really says a lot. And for those of us who are in academia, when you write a book, when you actually publish a book, for those of you who are interested in doing a book titles are oftentimes very, very engaging because the booksellers want to sell your book. And they know that an engaging title is helpful, right? And you have oftentimes 2 titles, the main title and then a little title at the bottom of the book that gives you kind of like the technical view of what that piece is, right? So practice is really happening there all the times. In addition to that, Paul makes a good point here. That we need to also localize our research titles to stimulate our audience. Absolutely, right? So if you're in Kenya, imbuing your title with a Swahili phrase that captures what you're doing, or if you're doing a presentation in, say, the western part of Kenya using a Jaluo phrase that is relevant, it's great, right? That will be something that people will remember, and it will begin to get them to engage. And they'll also think to themselves in the audience, this guy's a clever, or this lady is a clever person with this title, right? That's the first thing you're showing is a little bit of the way in which your mind works, your creativity. But if you get up there with some long technical title, you're like everyone else who's on stage giving the same things over and over again. And you want to be able to stand out. You want to have that memorable thing. Now, people are getting smart these days. They're getting better at coming up with their titles. That's happening more and more. That's a critical one. Yeah, I know Kenya well. I did a lot of research there. It's been since 2022 since I've been there. And hopefully this year, I hope to visit Kenya, to visit our alumni and partners in the country this year. Still be determined where that trip will be with the team, but maybe we'll see. So stagnation in research, in satisfaction. So we hit with this visualization here. Then we're hitting with a more of what we would call an infographic here, and it's hitting on a key number, 54%. Right? Because if nothing else in this presentation, I want you to know that just over half are satisfied or very satisfied, which means that another 46% are not satisfied with their health insurance. That's the key message. And I can talk about why that is here, but I want to leave you with that opinion. I want to motivate you because with that big number, if I give you tons of numbers about satisfaction, it's probably going to be lost on you. I can talk about them in this slide here, even if they're not represented on the slide, but I want you to really come away with the fact that there's a division in people's experience with that. Then, for those of you who are technical, go ahead, Edda.
Yeah, and you could have something like we see things like 54% are satisfied while 46 are not satisfied. So the question behind it is, what really do you want your audience to go home with? What information do you really want them to go home with? So you share what you want them to be, you share what you want to be the takeaway message. I don't think you are interested in telling them that 46%, it becomes a distractor. 46% are not satisfied. What you want them to understand is that only a few persons are satisfied, and that's the information that has to be shared. So again, we're thinking about more effective ways of communicating in just everything, in the way we present the information, in the colors we use, in the fonts and everything. So as we give this discussion, it's important to think about all of these aspects more holistically.
Yeah. The audience can do the math, right? I love it when people say 45% say this, and then 55 said that. Well, of course, right? But in this case, if I want to emphasize those who are satisfied, then that's what I'll do. If I want to emphasize those who are dissatisfied, then I would show this chart focusing on those who are dissatisfied. But it's all about not cluttering this up with all these different numbers, but really being purposeful about that. Thanks, Etta. That was important. Same with your regression charts. Here is an example of a regression table in a presentation. Believe it or not, this could be your regression table. So when you're reading a regression table is one format we may give research, right, in a presentation. And remember in that last example, it was like this huge table. Like, think about it this way. How many people are reading your coefficients? Or reading your, in the parentheses, are what we call the standard errors. How many of you are reading that when you're in a talk? You're like, oh, look at that effect. It's a 3.5 and that's a 2.5. Like in some of our research, the substantive effect, like the actual power of the effect, is actually important. But for a lot of us in we can show that in different ways. We can graph the marginal effects, come up with what we call a marginal flex plot to show how the change in one variable influences the change. And that's a visualization. That's a lot better than a bunch of tables with a bunch of coefficients, because a lot of research, coefficients don't actually tell you about the marginal or actual effect, right? But if you're interested just showing what is statistically significant and then what is the direction of that relationship, why not give them a stylized figure like this? This is 4 models I'm sharing, and I'm showing whether the relationship is positive or negative. And I'm showing all those that have a box here I can say in my presentation were statistically significant. So I don't have to I don't have to all these stars, standard errors, coefficients, but the same message that I'm trying to tell about the relationship between some of these variables, such as out-of-pocket cost and satisfaction, I can see that they're negatively related, right, across all models. That's perfect, right? I'm still being highly technical and getting across very, modeling results, model results, but I'm doing so in a way that is going to really appeal to both technical and non-technical people. And it shows that you actually know what is important to the results here. Because if the coefficient amounts don't matter, then just showing direction and significance is all you really need to show. So think about that. Then finally, using graphics like a map, right, is a really good one. This is what we call a chloropleth map that shows some gradations here. It's helpful. And then moving forward, right, here are some specific things, right, that I want people to do. Focus on lowering out-of-pocket costs, particularly for catastrophic care, improving coverage for procedures in the highest areas of demand, and then using mapping to determine ideal distance for clinic placement, right? These would be like the conclusions or recommendations. I may want to even include some more specific calls to action that people could do to get in touch with me or engage in these things. But that's up to you, but that would be advisable. But at least in this example, I'm being very, very specific about my recommendations because I want them to lead with what is the next steps here. Not like what are some general vague things that are here, but like what are we doing next? And I may even want to get more specific in the things that I say. But again, I'm not going to put all those things on the slide. The slides are not a script for me to read. The slides are there as a visual tool to complement my voice. And in the PowerPoint era, most people have been treating slides like scripts, but really they're just visual tools. In fact, some presentations I give you have no words on them. I've experimented with some presentations where it's all data visualizations or figures or images, and that's all I use, right? I'll just put up a satellite image of a remote sensing thing and I'll talk about it, right? And I'm not going to have all these little bullet points. And guess what? The audience actually tends to look at me and listen to what I'm saying more than them reading all my bullet points on the slide and looking distracted, or thinking that they're going to get all the information in the slides after the presentation, so they're just going to tune me out, right? So think about that, right? We can use these tools effectively, and one of the powerful things about a presentation is the visual cues, right? So this was a kind of a before and after view. Let's take a look at another one. This comes from one of our research communication scholars. Her name is Dr. Adiora. And she did a recent event called the All Institute Gatherings, and where she presented some of her ideas about vaccine uptake. You can see where we have a lot of public health projects because we do have a lot of public health scholars. So you'll see that. So let me pull up her presentations. I think they're all up here. So she started off with this one. This is a draft. This is the preliminary draft. Okay, I'm going to flip through this very quickly because I just want you to get a sense of this. This is draft one. I'm going to show you 3 drafts where it got to. Okay, this. Notice the image quality on the pictures. Image quality is always so important. This. That's it. Okay, that was her slide deck. So good. Not a lot of slides. Really good. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But notice this. Look at the wood there. What does the wood here mean? Like, does this have anything to do with this? Like, I know this is a template that people like to use. I saw it on a recent presentation that a lady gave too. It was just like the wood one. It was like, this has nothing to do with wood or home or anything. Like, so, and what's this background imagery in the back? I'm trying to figure out what it is, right? It's no relation to public health or vaccines. Whereas, remember that last one, Ensuring the Future, there was that doctor's office that was that faded photo in the background, if you recall. Let me just go back to that because I forgot to point out. Look at that photo right there. It's faded into the background there. There's a technique you can do. Etta, do you want to say something there? I saw you unmuted.
Yes, Prof. I just want to say that sometimes, most times, we have to think about the color we use in our slides. It must relate to the presentation, the purpose of the presentation. Imagine talking about water and maybe you're not dealing with anything related to water pollution, and then you're using red because you think maybe red is attractive. It doesn't speak to the presentation, and it could. So I'm not saying red is a bad color when you're talking about water, but if it doesn't suit the purpose, please do not use it. Sometimes, again, it's just the color of the event. So use the color of the event, whereas it's a direct contrast to the kind of knowledge that you're sharing in your presentation. It doesn't do it. Unless specifically in the event, you have been asked to use that kind of template. So it's so important for us to think through the colors that we use, because we said that communication is emotional. So that means that your visual, you are visualizing the senses of sight. They are important, and every other sense is very important. So think about when people just only see the colors that you are using in your presentation, it speaks volumes to them about the kind of information that you're sharing. And in a way, it begins to communicate that information to them clearly. So it's important for us to think about that. And lastly, I will add about consistency. Sometimes, again, we're using graphics, which is very good when we're doing PowerPoint presentations, but some graphics are on the left, others are on the right in other slides, some are above, some are below. That consistency also is important for memory. So at the end of the day, we're talking about facts. Let's think about really, how do humans learn? It's a question we've asked often. How do humans learn? How do they retain information? We need to think about all of these things when we're doing our presentation. Consistency is so important. If you're using bullets, then use bullets all through. If not, and the same bullets, not that at some point you're using asterisks, other points you're using rounded bullets or hyphens and things like that. So it's so important for us to maintain this. All right.
Consistency. Let's take a look at draft 2 now. Here we go. So now we've done away with the wood. Good. We got a little bit more contrast here between background and text a little bit. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, we got the map here, but notice every country is now labeled here. Like, again, maybe we need to list all the countries, or maybe we can assume our audience can have a basic sense of geography. Although, if it's some of my American undergrad students in the past, you probably would need to name all of the countries. But let's just assume we got some knowledgeable people with geography, or particularly African geography, will be able to do that. So notice that. Notice how the color is different here from the general color theme, coming back to what Prof. Ed has said about consistency. So we got simpler bullet points. We got a little bit more consistency there. Okay, that's good. Look at this image, low quality image. You see how the pixelation, or what we call the visual artifacts that are here, it's a sign of a poor picture quality, which is concerning. We've got some figures here. It's a little bit more consistency with things here. But still, like, here's all of a sudden the shape of the slides looks different. Different title, different area. It was over here in the corner and bigger text. So inconsistent. And we have a lot of like sort of banners. This one's a little bit better. It's at least with the color theme here. Recommendations are a wall of text. With no images. Okay. Let's look at the last draft of this. And again, this isn't perfect, but it's headed in the right direction. So here we go. So now we have a little bit more of a consistency of the color of the fonts on the title slide. So notice that. We put the image there that she wanted in the background, and we did this little fade so it doesn't distract away. It doesn't have some awkward placement in the corner. The map now corresponds with the colors with the countries' names taken away for simplicity. So you see how that matches the background there. And now all of a sudden we got some nice spacing between these key facts here. Right? So we're starting to see some nice use of white space, which is always the important thing in design. White space is critical. People don't realize it. They think it's all about where you place the text. It's actually where you don't place the text. Or same thing for data visualization too. So where you're not putting labels, that's more important than where you are. Then you can see the text is pretty big. Still a lot of facts here. You may want some infographics, but look at the high def imagery. It's more of a stock photo, so it's not perfect, but it's certainly fitting with the kind of, ethnic background of the people that would be represented there, and it's certainly a higher quality image. Same with this. Look at how the text size is maintaining consistency, as well as where the title of the slides are. We got a creative slide title here, Immunization Agenda 2030. It's pretty good. Less text here. Now this is situated with a label underneath, so you have a caption for it. And we see that this is templated. When I go from slide to slide, the picture stays the same and the text moves and everything stays in place. It's templated, right? There's a movement here. And then we got this nice slide here, infodemic. So part of the edits that she was making was defining some of these terms that audience members may not know. Not everyone may be familiar with this term because it's fairly new, called an infodemic, right? The proliferation of misinformation, disinformation. Then we're talking about examples of the infodemic in Nigeria during COVID-19. We have a example of that from a text. So again, it's keeping in with that template. We have one of our images, one of those images, again, keeping with that template. Some nice logos here. This is a pretty long talk. Then we go recommendations 1. It's there to divide things up. Recommendations 2. There's probably a little bit too much text on these slides, perhaps here, but it's okay. And what we've done here is we divided these up into 2 slides. So it's not particularly clustered with the text, and we shadowed it with images that were here, right? And that's it. That's done. So you could see the improvement here from draft 1 to draft 2 to draft 3, but we're also, as I'm pointing out, some areas that we could say could be improved if there was, for instance, a draft 4, because we're always trying to perfect these, which is the key point that I want to leave you with as we go to digital engagement now and we take that turn, which is to always make sure that you're getting feedback from your audience and your colleagues on your work. And for instance, in the case of Adiora, she was getting a lot of feedback from the folks at the research communication program as well as the institute to help her work through some of these things, right? And you can see that evolve, over time. So the last thing I'll say about this is that there are a lot of different platforms you can use for templating. She was using PowerPoint and a template that was created and tailored, right? She worked on that template to kind of make it really, specific to this case. But Canva has some great templates there. We're not going to take time in our workshop to look at some of these technical tools, but we want them to be aware of them. So Canva is a good place, as is Adobe Express. And from my understanding, Adobe Express has a free option. It's kind of like a Canva that's coming up. It's not as maybe sophisticated as Canva in some spaces, but it's pretty good. If you have access to the Adobe Creative Cloud, you have access to the full suite of Adobe Express for free. And that includes generative elements and things like that. And then one of the other platforms, if you're doing data visualization and you want to keep that data visualization simple but impactful, one of the places I suggest that is Data Wrapper. It's something that we teach at the very beginning of the Data Plus Design for Development program, and it forms the basis for discussing quality data visualizations. It is a really good one, and I'll pull open the website here. Let me just pull it up so you see it. Big fan of Data Wrapper. And, there's a free version that you can play around with, and you can do charts. It's really good at making very elegant charts that are both interactive if they're in a web page, or even 2D if you're publishing them in a policy report. You can see how beautiful they are. And Data Wrapper is used by some of the most major organizations, news and otherwise, around the world. And so you'll notice when you look at their publications sometimes online, you'll see Data Wrapper style and you'll know, oh, they're using Data Wrapper for their work. It also has some great maps, both national and subnational maps. They even have maps of like electoral districts in certain countries, states in Nigeria, and things like that. The 36 states in FCT in Nigeria, right? They have maps for these. One of our scholars in data and design used Data Wrapper to create a policy brief regarding fuel subsidies in Nigeria. She's been highlighted on LinkedIn. I think recently I saw a post there. And her work was using Data Wrapper to do that policy report. You can download it on the Institute website as well. That's a capstone from the Data and Design program, which focuses on data visualization exclusively and storytelling with data. So a lot of things you can do here. Data Wrapper is a great resource to you. And like I said, the free version is fairly robust. Putting that in the chat, and I'll make sure there are some links in the email debrief that gets sent to you by tomorrow morning. With the video from today, there'll also be links to some various resources that we talked about in this session here. Okay. So are there any questions up to this point? If there are none, please give me, and this is a tradition in the full program, to give me a good to go in the chat. Tell me that we're all good to go. You can say G2G, like the letter G and the number 2, like this, if you like. But give me a good to go if you're good, or if you have a question or an insight or something that we want to talk about before we move on, feel free to share that. but you can give a G to G, which stands for good to go. And one of the other things we talk about research communication, the full program, is how do we manage events, right? And how do we put on events, right? We have a whole set of sessions, and some of our scholars will be hosting events as part of being a scholar there. And one of the strategies is making sure your audience is with you, particularly in these settings when we're teaching and learning. And I see the good to goes coming in, so I know we're kind of ready to move on to the next piece. Now, we didn't talk a lot about public speaking here. We really wanted to focus on how we put together our presentation. But it's important to mention that in addition to our presentations, we do need to make sure that we are good and effective communicators, and that takes practice. Etta, do you want to say anything about public speaking here as we leave presentations and get into digital engagement?
Yeah, sure. So as Prof. Peter has said, it's important that we actually verbalize the information that we are sharing. So in addition to using graphics and presenting, your information in the PowerPoint as those we just saw in the examples, it's also important to find effective ways to actually verbalize that information through speech and through acting. And so 3 key principles become very important for us to effectively present the information for public speaking. And that's mastery, engagement, and our ability to spur action. In terms of mastery, it's important to show that we understand the technical knowledge that we are sharing, that we understand the subject matter. And it's because most of us sometimes worry about this, that we fill up the entire slides with so much, hoping that we will just come and read through the information and that is going to do it. We need to understand the information we want to communicate, because when we understand the information, then it becomes very easy for the audience as well to get that information, to be able to effectively receive that information. So it's important that we have a mastery over the content that we are sharing, as well as how our slides are moving, what comes next, what comes before, so that we can even be able to move in and out of the slides without having to make a mistake. One of the things we said when we spoke about storytelling, just at the end of it, we did mention that it's important to use a conversational approach. So put yourself in the place of the audience and preempt what possible kinds of questions they will be asking. How when will they get distracted, when will they lose attention in your presentation, and how can you bring them back into the presentation, bring back their attention into the presentation. All of these falls into mastering the presentation that you're giving. It's also important, of course, engagement is another. And we can do this, through the use of body language. So how we are going to use hand gestures, for instance, the smiles we are going to give as we present. People want to see that you're enjoying the presentation you're giving yourself for them to enjoy it. And imagine that your hand is all over the place, going before your mouth, and everything you're acting up, showing your hands are actually in front of you. It can be more distracting than it is helpful. So it's better to put your hand in place, and then also make eye contact. Eye contact is important. I think we've heard this really often, the issue about eye contact. But we also understand that in some cultures, it may pass out as being disrespectful when you make eye contact, consistently, without having to even move your eye for a bit. And so some people say, okay, I've heard that it's good to make eye contact, so I'm just going to place my eyes on the audience and not move my eye even for once. It also shows that you're kind of robotic. And if you're a robot, there's no need for me to listen to you, because your information is is more generated than it is relational. So it's so important from time to time. Be human. Be human. If you have to smile, smile. If you have to move your face to the left or to the right, do that. But also ensure that your audience understand that you are with them by making that eye contact. It doesn't have to be consistent, but move your eyelids from time to time. And that is important. So all of these kinds of body languages, one of us says that one thing that's weird about her is that she can read our minds. So I can imagine that body language is so important. How the kinds of gestures we make is important, and we can pause from time to time as we provide the information. We all have given presentations and we worry about, will I be clear enough? Will my English be understandable? Will I have the too many M's and stops that may pass out like I don't understand what I'm saying? Yes, that may happen. We can work with a lot of practice. Through practice, we can be able to manage that. However, also remember at the back of your mind that you are human. And when those mistakes come, it is okay. Just acknowledge that it has come, and move on from it. So, with effective public speaking, we can also pause from time to time to invite the audience. Think back about how Prof. Peter has been giving the presentation and how we all have been talking here. There were times when we said, okay, put in the chat. How do you feel? Is it good to go? Are you ready to go right now? So that also tells about engagement. It means that you are aware of your audience. From time to time, you call names of your audience if you can, in cases where you can. And that also helps in public speaking. The last aspect I'll mention is about sparing action. Most times when we give presentations, it's about what we will say. And once we are done giving our presentations, we move away. And so at the end of the day, maybe you attend a conference and you realize that nobody's talking about the presentation you give. And no further research is emerging from the research findings that you have shared, because you did not take into consideration how you can move that presentation forward. It's so important. So we are not giving presentations just for the sake of it. I'm using the example of the conference, for instance. We are not giving presentations just for the sake of it, but we want to spur action. There is something that you want your audience to do with that whole lot of information that you're passing on to them. And sometimes the audience may not readily be aware of what you want them to do. So one of the things you can do is intentionally call them to action, what we call call to actions. And you can readily do that by maybe inviting them to further engage through a group or a social media platform, or giving them a one-page summary of the work you have done with your email address and your phone contact, asking for further information, or giving them a task, to do. And then after a while, you may come back to that information. So there are so many ways in which we can go about this. I remember from our research communication program, Prof, somebody did ask the question, how in a conference can we ensure that when you go to a conference, you're actually networking? Because most of us pay huge sums of money. We go there, at the end of the day, no networking happens. Why? Because the conference organizers have not intentionally put networking. So implicitly, everybody thinks that conferences, seminars, workshops are places where we'll go and network. But it doesn't happen until we explicitly come up with strategies for that to happen, like putting people in a group, and pausing and giving time for people to network, for people to exchange numbers and things like that. And so we as well can do that through our communication pieces, through events, through our blog posts, through our paper publications, and so on. We can do that. And it's also important to center the whole process on a specific outcome. What I think we've said that a lot. What do you want from that presentation? So center the whole presentation to what you want as intended outcome. And that is going to help with public speaking.
Indeed. Well, you mentioned one of my favorite words there, which is blog posts, which is where we're going to go next in talking about this. So we've talked about presentations, and we talked about storytelling in the context of that. We talked also about elements of infusing data visualizations and approaches into those presentations. We looked at some examples. Now we're going to turn to the second main theme of our workshop in the next hour 15 minutes, which is digital engagement. And digital engagement is broad here, but we're going to focus on two forms of digital engagement because there's so many different ways that we may do that in a digital space. So we're going to look at two. The first thing we're going to look at are blog posts, which are written pieces that have been published online that share information, insights, and stories related to research. And then we're also going to look at professional social media posts, a brief, engaging message shared on a social platform to communicate ideas, updates, calls to action with a targeted audience. And the reason why we're going to focus on these two sort of ways in which we engage in the digital spaces, that's because these spaces have become increasingly popular and this is the important part, effective for researchers in reaching broader audiences, networking, and leading to certain types of calls to actions being engaged with and a high level of uptake. So let's start with that first one, blog posts here. And I'm just curious in the chat. Again, I love to put polls now and again. Give me a yes in the chat if you've ever written a blog post, a research-oriented blog post, and a no if you've never done that. And I'm going to guess, because again, I'm always got my priors, I'm going to say 50%. I'm going to say 50% of us have written a blog post, an analytical research blog post, and 50% said no. But I could be wrong. Seeing a lot of no's. Yeah, in the research methods program, a blog post sometimes is required in past programs. Not every year is this a requirement. I think this past year it was an optional assignment, but in past years it was an actual requirement, right? Because they're very effective tools. They're very well read. In fact, I'll tell you one anecdote. There's an article that Leaders of Africa Institute published on youth unemployment years ago, and it's still one of the most viewed pages in the entire Leaders of Africa web pages is about this blog post that talks about an important issue of youth unemployment, right? So blog posts have a long enduring legacy online, and they can also be engaged with at very, very high rates. All right, I would say it's more like 30% have done them and 70% or so have not. So I'm a little off. Again, yes, if you've done a blog post, no, if you've not. A research-based blog post. Some of us do blogging on other issues, fashion or whatever there it is, but I'm talking about research posts. Well, it's good to see that a lot of people have done them. It's also interesting to see that many of you haven't, because blog posts are really, really popular these days. Like I'd say blog posts, podcasts, and social media posts are some really important ways that researchers are engaging with larger audiences and shaping, policy debates, right? Because again, one of the things to think about how we shape policy debates, sometimes we shape them by engaging with the policymakers, but sometimes the policymakers don't listen to us or they have other priorities or other incentives. So we have to begin to engage other constituencies to be able to press forward with some of the policy uptakes that we'd like, right? Find new actors that can put pressure on policy actors. So it's not all about going to the policymakers and telling them what to do. Because oftentimes, and there's so many areas of policy that policymakers don't do what public opinion wants them to do. So we have to find other ways. Blog posts, social media posts become new ways of advocacy, forging new constituencies. Let's take a look at an example here. This is a recent blog post that was shared on a publication called The Conversation. I love The Conversation. There's The Conversation Africa, Conversation Europe, America. There are all these different sections of The Conversation. But if you go to conversation.com, you'll find it. And then conversation.com/Africa, you will find blog posts. In fact, I'll put the link to the blog post we're going to take a look at right now in your chat. And again, I'll have a link to this in the memo that goes out after today's session. So I'll have all the links there. So this is a link to the Conversation website as well as this article. And let's pull up this article here. I've got it queued up in my browser here. So let me pull that up for you. Here we go. African countries need more PhD graduates, but students are held back by a lack of money and support. Something that I agree with. And that's kind of why I chose this article. I read it recently. It just came out a few days ago. And I said, let me substitute this in for today's conversation because it's important. The research methods program here at the Institute, that's what it specializes in, is kind of this mentorship for research projects, the actual research and providing this support. Many of the scholars there are doing PhDs. Some are professors, some are doing PhDs, some are masters, and some are practitioners in that program. It's a mix of folks, but it's all tailored around this problem that they did research on, and then they're reporting in this blog post. So it's really an interesting one. And I would assume, since many of us are in the academic space or adjacent to it, that you'll understand this. If you've done a master's degree or a PhD or have been in a program, you'll also see this. Mentorship is one of the most difficult things to receive, and it's probably the most important thing to receive when you're doing it. And so this piece talks about research they did. They did research here in a variety of different contexts. So they did this author's review. This is on the basis of a new review article or scoping study. Some of you know those terms that they did that was looking at research on the subject from South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Nigeria, some of your countries too, looking at this issue. And so this is the blog post. You'll notice that it's got a creative titles, right? It's like a call to action title, right? It's not like a study of PhD graduates in 4 countries and blah, blah, blah. No, it's African countries need more PhD graduates, but students are held back by a lack of money and support. There's your main idea, right? It's not the most creative title, but it's more of a call to action, get your attention. It got my attention, right? I was like, oh yeah, I agree with that, right? Let me click on this, right? So there you go. So like a presentation, blog posts are going to be ones that in particular are going to have a less technical title, right? And you're not so much going to be able to get away with having a technical title in addition to a creative one. You're really going to want to use a title that's creative. Then we get in here and we got some subsections. We see some headings here, and look at the paragraphs. Look at the paragraphing here. Look at the size of the sentence. The length of the sentences are short. The length of the paragraphs are short. This whole paragraph right here is a sentence, right? Or this paragraph here, how many sentences do we see here? 3, right? That's not a traditional paragraph, right? Your primary school teacher said a paragraph has 5 to 8 sentences. So it must be that long, right? There are all these rules. Paragraphs can be however long you want them to be. That's the truth of the matter. But they're trying to get students to write in longer paragraphs. They give you these guidelines when you're like a young kid, right? But a blog post is going to break that rule. It's going to keep things simple, keep things short, right? The other thing you notice here are hyperlinks, right? PhD programs have been shown to play a critical role. Let's click on this. What happens? It's going to take me to a whole report on building capacity in sub-Saharan Africa, PhD, from the British Council. And this is, when was this authored here? I can't remember off the top of my head. but it's fairly recently, right? So isn't that cool? Like there, it's a way to link to all the resources. There's no academic citations here. Look at this. But what they've done is they've included their citations by using hyperlinks, which you can do in a blog, which gives it a value. So if a researcher is going to find your blog and they're going to read interesting things that you have to say, but they're also going to use a blog post to find other resources, which is going to drive more attention and eyes and what they call traffic to your actual post. So notice that we've got a report referenced here. We have, for instance, a report that's referenced here from WHO, right? Another report here from African Union, NAPAD. Look at that. It's pretty cool. And Jamila says, shared a post here. So here's an example of one of her posts. Let's take a look at it just quickly. So you see the hyperlinks here. We see short paragraphs. We see images. Great. Looks good, Jamila. I'm not going to read it here out loud. I'll read it after our session for sure. But this is really cool. And I bet a lot of people have engaged with this, right? More than they would your academic article or your private report, right? People are going to read this. Look at this. Educating women is educating a society, right? So an interesting title that gets us into some serious work and review of girls' education issues. Thanks for sharing that, Jamila. I'll have to take a look at that. Let me bookmark it here. I'm going to leave it open. So you see some commonalities there. That's the style that you're writing here. It's very different. Look at the titles. It's not main paragraph, conclusion, results. It's questions, right? Questions and answers or catchy titles. So you don't even just have a title for the top, but you have also a title, individual titles. Great, excellent. So you see some of these features. So take a look at this. I'll go to the Conversation Africa, and you'll see that there are more blog posts on different subjects. Unfortunately, for some of you, you may not be able to write for the Conversation because the Conversation is for advanced PhD students and professors to write up their research in blog post forms or an accessible form. And you know what the nice thing about the Conversation is that any newspaper can use, or written publication can actually use your work cited to actually print it. So newspapers can actually print this article as long as they give attribution to the authors in full, right? It's a special Creative Commons license that they have through Conversation, which means that your work is going to be further shared across other channels, right? So it's a really good way. And I've gotten a lot of media inquiries and engagement through work that I've done in the Conversation. And it's a good example of these things. So you see different topics from politics to sociology, to science, all here on the Conversation. So take a look at this good resource. It's a really great place for you to get ideas about how blog posts are written and some good examples, and a good networking tool to see some people who are thinking about some similar issues to you in an accessible way. Because look at what their title is. Do you see this right here? It's a really small. It says academic rigor. This is the tagline of the Conversation. Let me boost this. Academic rigor, journalistic flair, right? So the rigor of academic research, but piled together in a way that is engaging, right? That will speak to the journalistic space and the broader public, the journalistic flair, right? That's their motto of the Conversation. And again, we should be going for that for our own work too, as well. So that's an example of a blog post. We can take a look at a lot of different ones here. You can see this is the professors that do it, their institution, University of Joburg. So you see a lot of great institutions represented here. Makerere University. Uganda's Rolex is much more than a street food. It's a national treasure. Interesting. When Ugandans refer to getting a Rolex, they seldom mean an expensive Swiss watch. Rolex is a popular kind of street food made famous in global media. I actually didn't know about the Rolex food. Uganda is one country I have not been to, in full disclosure, so I am not familiar with the Rolex, but some of us here probably know what that Rolex is. But it's very engaging, right? It immediately makes us all want to read this, right? And learn about what the Rolex is. It's got a creative beginning to it. You think you know what a Rolex is, but in Uganda, it means something different. And then it talks all about it. Oh, a Rolex is a form of chapati. Well, if you've been to Kenya, you probably had some form of chapati. And it's just prepared in a way. Look, you embed a video here so you can use some rich media here. It's talking about the media coverage of it and other places. And you see how there are images here, videos, and other pieces that are there. And so there it is. I guess it's Rolex because you rolled the chapati. So there you go. Very interesting. So let's come back here. So there are other blog posts. I guess I'll click on this one, last one. This is the World Bank. The World Bank has a really good blog too, where they take all of their World Bank research and they roll those into insights that we can, discuss. Right. This is development acupuncture, causes for hope, how food agric systems, value chains can support climate change. So you click on it here. Similar thing, shorter paragraphs, hyperlinks. Little less with the rest media, but look at the length here. 600 to about 1,200 words is a typical blog post. It can be longer, but 600 to 1,200 words tends to be the general length of a blog post. And you can see the World Bank is doing this too, because guess what? The World Bank realizes that not a lot of people are going to read the full World Bank report. They're going to engage with the blog post, the summary, the outputs that are going to actually engage audiences. And notice their title. Cause for Hope. There you go. And then you have the main title, and then you have a little bit of a subtitle, a little bit more technical. So there you go. Another case of this here in the wild, so to speak, in the sense that we're seeing it in practice. So another great place. So how do we write blog posts? So I'm going to talk about some pointers of it, but obviously some of these resources strongly encourage you to use because there are ways in which you can, engage with these materials. So define your purpose. The first thing is know your audience and the goal for your posts. Do you want to inform the readers? Do you want to intrigue them? Do you want to persuade them, entertain them, provoke them, inspire? I would say the one about the PhDs is to inform people, but I think most people know, so I think it's more about in a persuadable argument about what we need to do to revamp PhD education, right? And maybe inspire change a little bit, right? So know your purpose. Right? Every blog post is going to have a different purpose and perhaps a different audience, coming back to our foundational conversation in the workshop. Choose a compelling topic. Address a timely and relatable issue. Use research or trending topics to capture the interests, and an engaging title. I think we've talked about that quite a lot today, how important titles are. Create an outline. Structure a post with an engaging introduction, sort of a hook, an well-organized body, and a memorable conclusion, something to really leave us off with. And one of the strategies I really suggest with writing a blog post is come up with at least, 2 to 3 main points that you want to get across, right? A blog post isn't going to cover every little intricacy of your research. It's going to come up with a main idea, a main thought, and maybe 2 to 3 sort of main points that support that main idea, right? That overarching idea. So keep those key points critically and focused, and to list them out. The next thing when it comes to engagement and accessibility of your posts, you want to hook your reader. You want to use an intriguing and powerful headline or title, and you want to do that with an opening line that's highly intriguing. Right? So like, remember the Rolex one, for instance, that had a very intriguing opening to it. You think you know what Rolex is, like the expensive watch, but it's actually something else. And it's actually not that expensive, right? And it's a food, by the way. So, right, it's intriguing, right? It gets you into it. I want to learn more and gets you into it. Titles and headlines are also important, and this is critical to search engine optimization, or SEO. Some of us have heard that term. How many of you have heard this term SEO, or search engine optimization? Give me a yes if you have and a no if you haven't. I think a lot of us have heard this term in different spaces. So SEO, how many of us have heard that term, SEO? It's a term that is used because Google and all these search engines have crawlers. They go out and they crawl the internet. They search all the websites and they pull out, key terms and key things, and then that's what is reproduced on your search, results, right? So you want to use key terms and words that are more likely for the search engine to index those things as something relevant to the searchers for those articles. So the more search engine optimized your blog post is, the more likely when people search for a relevant theme, they'll be able to find your post, right? Other things, keep it simple and clear. Short paragraphs, sentences, plain language. Blog posts are usually between 600 and 1,200 words. You can do longer, you could do shorter, but I would say that's the healthy medium. And when I write a blog post, for instance, usually the editors will give me a word limit, and usually I go over that word limit, and then we work out how it will get under 1,100 words or 1,200 words from there. So, but you don't want to give your editors, if you do have an editor, a too long of a blog post to edit. You don't want to give them 2,000 words and say, hey, do something with this. Maybe 1,500 words is okay, and then they can help you pare things down from there. I tend to write a lot more, and they know that. They're used to working with researchers. Incorporating storytelling, so share personal anecdotes or examples to connect emotionally with the readers. That's an important thing. We've talked quite a lot about that today. Optimize it for readability. Use the headings, the bullet points, and other visuals. And again, the reason why I pulled up those different blog posts today is for us to actually visually see it. So it's not just points on my pointers on the slides here, but they're real things that we're seeing out there. Like that Rolex example is a good example of that as well. And then use hyperlinks to link resources and citations. So in contrast to using academic publications, parentheticals, or footnotes, use hyperlinks as a way of attribution. Good. And then the last thing I'll say about blog post is perfect and publish. Sometimes you're going to have an editor, and sometimes you will not. I like having an editor. And as annoying as editors are, they really do help you sound better. And they really like take your words and they simplify it and they make it more concise. And it's like amazing, right? It's like the human version of ChatGPT, right? Where they take what you're saying in sometimes technical words and really, really make it concise. But a lot of times when you're creating a blog or you're sending a blog off to an institute to be published, you don't have an editor at hand. So you're going to need to edit carefully for grammar, clarity, and tone, and ensuring that it aligns with the audience and fits within the word limit confines, right? You also need to make sure that key terms that are embedded in those articles are clearly embedded in those articles, so that will help your article to be found. You want to add visuals. Remember, like that some of those examples there, and then calls to action. This is a critical one. At the end of the post, oftentimes you want your reader to do something. Maybe sign up for a newsletter, get in touch with you, support an initiative. You should have a call to action. That's another one of our big themes of today's workshop. Calls to action are helpful. Researchers are not used to doing them. Sometimes researchers just feel like they want to give information and let other people figure it out. And sometimes we just are not the personalities to want to sort of encourage people to do things, right? But if we're engaged, if we're advocates, if we want to, move to the next level, we need to have calls to action. And the final thing is to promote your post. Share it across social media platforms, newsletters, relevant communities, or on social media, which we're going to turn to in just a moment. And that's how we begin to get that viewership of those blog posts. And blog posts can be viewed thousands and thousands of times, right? So when you think about an article publication or a report, probably it's going to be a few, maybe 100 people or so will actually engage with that article fully and actually read it. A blog post can have thousands of people who are going to be viewing it. And if it's shared on one of these major platforms I mentioned, it's going to be many, many people and many, many engagements with it, and also opportunities for stakeholders to reach out to you about your expertise. And that's why I think blog posts are so effective here. So I want to encourage you, right, to think about adding blog posts to your toolkit, knowing that some of us have done them, but a lot of us haven't, right? And also, hopefully, these pointers will be helpful for you to thinking about filling out a blog post type of output. All right. I want to see, are there any questions, comments, or reflections? So, or if not, just give me a good to go in the chat, and we'll talk about our last piece here, which is social media, which goes hand in hand with blog posts in many ways. So give me a good to go in the chat if you're good, or if you have a question about a blog post or something you want us to take a look at or consider, or perspective. Open to that as well. I'm also noticing at this point we've hit the 4-hour mark, so we will be finishing up in the next, I would say, 45 minutes. Let's say that, if not sooner. So I know we're going over a little bit, but we don't want to rush through things. And I know we've had some valuable conversations in this session, and that's what these sessions are for. I know today's a pretty lecture heavy overall in comparison to a lot of our sessions here at the Institute. That's because we have a lot of material, but we've had some really good discussions, which is great, which we want, because that's how we learn. Okay. So let's talk about the other side of this. We talked about blog posts. Etta, do you want to say anything about blog posts before we go on? Sorry, I see that I know you had to jump out for a moment, but.
No, Prof. I'm all good.
Okay. So let's talk about digital social media posts. At the end of today's workshop, sometime in the next 10 days, the one required assignment is, and we didn't want to make it too cumbersome on you, given that this is just the workshop, is to make a post that is on a digital social media platform. It could be on any of them, but we strongly suggest LinkedIn because it's a great platform to use. So the things that we're going to talk about throughout today's session are relevant to that post, but now we're going to give some additional details that are even more relevant perhaps to that. And arguably, digital social media posts, particularly on LinkedIn, are an effective way of research communication and networking from that, and advocacy efforts. It's a different type of audience. LinkedIn is a professional audience. Like Facebook is kind of like your friends and your family, right? And there's a little bit of silliness there. Same with a little bit of Instagram too, right? That is also critical there. So those platforms are a little less serious. TikTok, I would say, is probably the least serious of them. That's the one that's up for a lot of debate and discussion these days. The TikTok ban issue here in the U.S. and a lot of conversations. I do not have a TikTok account, in full disclosure, so I am not watching the issue very closely per se. So there's that. There's TikTok. But LinkedIn has become a new place where there is a lot of reasonable and important networking and conversations that are happening there, including the Leaders of Africa Institute. When there are opportunities here at the Institute or highlights of our research scholars or research communication scholars, data design scholars across these flagship programs, at least, we like to share a lot about what they've done in the program and what they're doing on the front lines of their work, right? And that's usually done primarily on a place like LinkedIn because it's a more serious place where people are thinking about these things. So you always want to make sure that when you're doing research communications, strategy that your approach is aligned with the audience you're likely to get. Right? If you're looking at a more broader citizen pop culture space, then Instagram may be a really good place to do some of these engagements. If you're going to use a digital social media approach to your engagement, right? So again, the alignment needs to be there between what your objectives are and ultimately what your objectives are, and ultimately the medium or the channels. They call them the channels that you're going to use, right? Social media channels. You have one channel, you have another channel. That's what they call in the social media world. So let's take a look at some posts here, and let's take a look at this first post here. This is a post that was about a week ago. We like to keep things current in our program meetings here at the Institute, so we like to use recent stuff. So this was a recent post about one of our data and design scholars, Henry Dua from Ghana, and he does work on health technology development, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem, some of the things that some of you have mentioned, and perhaps you want to link up with him on the Discord afterwards. There was a post here that included an interview. So there was a sit-down interview he recorded on site in Ghana, and that interview was one that was talking about his capstone project in data and design, as well as his other sort of exploits in a variety of different areas to advance social innovation in the spaces that he's working on. So let's take a look at this post, and I want to point it out because I think it's a fairly good. Everything could be improved. Every post could be improved, and we may or may not agree with everything, but there's some good things that are here. The first thing is the beginning of the post, right? More investment is needed in Africa's health technology sector. Boom. Main idea, perhaps a provocative statement, right? Because if you look at Henry's capstone project, which it describes here, you'll realize that a lot of funding and money is being poured into fintech. So in the areas of financial technology, and there's reasons for that. The reason is because like fintech is easily profitable. All I got to do is create a payment platform and then get people to use the payment platform. And then I get money, like a few cents on the dollar every transaction that's made. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? A lot of people in fintech want to make it sound like they're doing the coolest things, but really they're just taking money off and help facilitate basic transactions, right? It's not that complex. In fact, the guy Elon Musk, the guy that's running around the world blurting out whatever's on his mind these days, he made his original sum of money by creating PayPal, just a payment transaction platform. That's it, right? It's not rocket science, at least at that point, literally and figuratively. So, but the point is that we need more investments in other areas, particularly investments that underlie the health and well-being of a society. Right? Some of you are engaged. We saw at the beginning today a lot public health, climate tech, all these areas. There's starting to be some money there. And so he's trying to think about where money is going to and how we begin to advocate for broadening out some of the funding in some of these other areas. Right? So it starts off with this post saying more investment is needed in Africa's health tech sector. Right? It's a catchy headline. It's also a call to action of sorts. And then it says today. And so notice the language is very conversational. It's professional, but it's conversational, right? And I don't want you leaving today's workshop and say, oh, the storytelling and the conversational thing means we have to like dumb down our language and sound less professional. No, you can you can talk intelligently and professionally, but do so in an engaging and conversational way. And that's what Etta was mentioning earlier. So I want to emphasize that. So it says, today we feature one of our data and designs alumni, Henry Dua, and then the year. He was in the last year's cohort. As highlighted in Henry's award-winning capstone project, over $15 billion, excluding exits, so he did have a little bit of a qualifier there, was invested in African startups between January 2019 and May 2024. So it's not going to tell you all the numbers. He has a dashboard that is massive. Let me see if I can pull this up. It's a massive dashboard that is like that he created in that program that goes into a lot of areas. But that's not going to catch everyone. If this post, for instance, the communication officer writing this post here, for instance, is going to give a tons of numbers there, it's going to distract away from everything. So this is his dashboard. If you go to it, let me see. Overall, and let's just go health tech sector. He has so many dashboards. It's a complex project. It's in Tableau. So this is all the information. So much information. Wow. Like, well, this is his format here. So that's good. But this is the post, right? It's going to give you a top the line number, right? 15 billion, which is to say not that much. However, persistent gaps remain in funding levels and the diversity of startups receiving funding, with health technology sector often overshadowed by the financial technology boom, right? So key point there. That's going to be, that's grouped in there, right? So you've got the main message of the research there encapsulated in one paragraph, right? You just define the issue, you define some key data points, and then you've isolated the problem, the gaps that are there. Then it talks more about Henry and the project, and it talks about it in very simple language. Henry, a research analyst at the Future List, is committed to fostering and thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem across Africa. Like many of our alumni, because again, this is the Institute talking, he's making a social impact. It talks more about the project, and then it talks about where you can connect, right? There's a call to action. And then under that, it's a special thanks, because this was recorded at one of the Leaders of Africa Institute's partners, Mobile Web Ghana and American Corner, which is like the American spaces that you see across countries. These are, supporters of the Institute, right? So there's a little bit of that. But also notice another thing about this post, which is critical. Notice how Henry's name is in blue here, Future List, Africa, the Big Deal, Florence Tafa, Mobile Web Ghana, American Spaces. Everyone here is kind of tagged. They're linked. They use the @ symbol and then the name to it linked. So this post is not only going to just sort of sit there and whoever views it, but it's also linking to different people. It's engaging with them. It's networking with them in a way, because it will pull up on their feed as they're tagged. It will also pull up on Henry's feed, for instance, on all his network. So if the Institute wants to emphasize Henry's accomplishments to Henry's network, now Henry's network is going to be more likely to view this post. So it begins to cascade and become a point of networking. I know a lot of times the Leaders of Africa Institute organizations will link us. They'll tag us. Education Sub-Saharan Africa, ESSA, a couple of weeks ago linked us on some posts talking about like innovative institutes for research, capacity building in education and other fields. So they wrote a blog post. So ESSA, the Education Sub-Saharan Africa, the organization wrote a blog post. They mentioned us, and then they wrote a post that then tagged the Leaders of Africa Institute. So then all of a sudden it becomes one little conversation or network that's there. And we certainly read their blog post, right? It allowed the communications team and such to find that blog post and read it. So notice how they're effectively doing that. Organizations, the Africa, the Big Deal is the data set that he used, Henry, and the Future List is, the organization he works for. So looking at the post gives us some pointers. We're going to look at a couple more posts here, but I want to summarize some key points here that are really important. Audience analysis. Tailor your post to your followers and the relevant target audience. Is this going to be more of an academic style? Is it going to be policymakers? Is it more pop knowledge, pop culture? That's the key thing. Second thing you want to do is you want to balance, and this goes for all of our communication efforts. We want to balance originality with familiarity, right? We want to be creative, right, in our work and come up with original ways of doing things, but we also want to appeal to people's familiarity. And the most creative people are able to kind of balance the two, right? So that you're not completely doing something that will be unfamiliar to people or using unfamiliar terms or methods or formats, right? So you want to have some familiarity, but you want to kind of push the envelope, if you've heard that term, or like push the edge of that through your originality. You want to use language terms that the audience is likely to understand and value, particularly in these posts, because they're more likely to get pushed through the algorithm forward. You want to bring with a strong hook, Remember, more investment in health tech. You want to grab people with a compelling anecdote, observation, fact, question, statement about the research. Coming back to what we said with presentation, oftentimes that could be a provocative thing that you'll say, right? Provocative, you don't have to be provocative for the sake of being provocative, but oftentimes what we do in research leads to provocative findings, right? And so we want to emphasize those. That's what gets people talking. That's what gets attention to the work that we're doing. And we have to cut through the noise. So we have to do that sometimes. But we have to do so in a careful way, right? There are a lot of political leaders who use provocative statements all the time to control the narrative and do things. This happens all the time. You know, like the son of Uganda's president. He'll go on Twitter. You know, he goes off and on Twitter. I think he's like, he's kind of like a big kid. You know, he's like, I can't remember his age. I think he's in his 30s or 40s, maybe even older. But it's like his father takes away his social media from time to time. He's like, son, you can't use X. You said something that insulted Kenya. I'm kicking you off, right? So he goes back and forth, right? But part of the reason why this guy, this general, the son of Museveni, has a lot of followers is he says pretty insane things, right? I think one time it had to do with like sending the military into Kenya to sort Kenya's problems, right? And it led to a little bit of a diplomatic row, right? So our goal is to be provocative, but provocative in a way that is true to the ethics and the science that we're doing, right? In a ways of engaging people, right? And I think that's a critical thing that we have to kind of acknowledge in this case. Example, a new way of offering maternal care is reducing complications during pregnancy by 30%, right? So maybe you start off with a headline like that. That's how you start it, right? You start that post. A new way of offering maternal care is reducing complications by pregnancy by 30%. The next question you would have is, tell me more. Tell me more, right? You're giving research. The 30% is your effect of that treatment, or whatever it is. And you're starting us off with something that really brings us in, right? So if you can make any topic interesting, right? Like you can, or any innovation that you're working interesting with that top of the line fact that catches us at the beginning. So work on it. It takes practice to do this. Highlight the key takeaway. Make a clear message, insight, or result of your work. Ensure that everything is concise, memorable, and impactful. Because guess what? When it comes to social media, content is fleeting, right? You view it and you scroll through it, right? You view it, you scroll through it, right? So you have to make sure it catches people's eyes. And that's why the last part of this, which I'll say, last two things, is that we want to incorporate visuals and pictures, because pictures are privileged by the algorithm more than just text. So if you ever made a post on LinkedIn that was just text, and you compare that to a post that you make with text with a picture or a poster of some sort, you will find that the picture and the poster on balance will do better, much, much better than the one that was just including text. So here's a trick. Even if you literally had like no picture to show, create a little graphic. Even if it's like the title of that or like a title of what you're talking about, like improvements in the health tech sector, make it in like big font and make a little picture of just that. Improvements in the health tech sector, include it as a picture, and then have your text up there. And guess what? You're going to get better engagement just because you included that little thing, even if it's not a true picture. Some of the algorithms are getting a little bit smarter from what I hear from comms folks here, is that they're beginning to scan your graphics. And if you use too much text, then they don't like that. They want more picture-esque than text, so they can actually determine the balance between that using sort of AI technologies of reading your images coming through. That may be true, but even just including an image can help you, boost that engagement there. So this is like very critical. So keep that in mind. Video too is becoming even more privileged than pictures now, right? Because that's a rich media. So that's why all the videos are getting pushed. Facebook became a platform for just sharing, information from your picture in pictures and in text. Now it's becoming like a full-scale video platform. I don't know if any of you have noticed that, But in the last, I would say, year and a half, 2 years, it's transitioned to a video platform, right? And they've realized how effective advertisement is in the context of videos rather than advertisement in the context of just a timeline. So there's a lot of research there. And guess what? Every day you go on social media, you're giving these companies more and more insights into how do we engage people and keep them hooked on it longer. So they know a lot more than us researchers oftentimes about like levels of engagement in comms, because we're feeding them data. Every click, every pause we make over something, every, to hesitation to read something, they're getting that data is being logged into their big data sets, right? Be concise and engaging. Have only 2 to 3 points that you're trying to get across. So like blog posts, there's an element of simplicity that you really want to emphasize here. And then, of course, you're getting tired of me saying this and Prof. Ed is saying this, call to action. The short term for this is a CTA. So CTA, always have a call to action. Encourage them to offer feedback, comments, perspectives, connections, connect with me, sign up for my newsletter, read my blog post, go to my personal website, which you should have in the research communication program. The first thing all the scholars have to do is create their own website for themselves, showing their portfolio of research and research communication. So have a personal website. It's a little tip to think about, to keep through. Networking. Make personal connections, discuss the personal side of research. So even if your post is going to be all about the findings of your research, sometimes you, at the end of it, maybe you say, and you talk a little bit about the research experience from a personal perspective. Those posts that include yourself as a personal researcher tend to do better in the algorithm as well. Again, because humans relate to human stories, like what we talked about earlier, the algorithms are suited to boost those things because we tend to view those. So if it's a picture that includes you doing the research that you include, or something about you doing the research in the text, those are things, particularly the picture, that are going to boost that post. And you're going to find, if you just have a picture of yourself doing a focus group, as long as you have permission to use it, all of a sudden you'll find that post will pretty much be viewed by every one of your followers, or a good percentage of them. And then to ensure that happens, tag the stakeholders. Just use the @ symbol in LinkedIn and then tag those people and organizations that are relevant to your posts and relevant to your images. And offer appreciation if it's applicable. There's always an important thing to do. You saw in that Leaders of Africa post, the Institute was offering appreciation to what has been a really core partner for us over the years, particularly on the ground in Ghana. So there's a thanks there, and that's well taken. You'll always find that when those thanks are given, just like I can see the thanks in the chat here for the workshop as well there, but gratitude is a powerful tool. And there's a lot of things that go into research. So using your social media posts as a way of both acknowledging your research work and your advancement of it alongside your gratitude can be a very powerful tool for engagement. And then finally, engage with your audience. Engage with the comments in a respectful way in your feedback. You don't have to respond to every comment, particularly those that you find that are not appropriate, and there's a lot of that in some spaces, but engage with those that are appropriate and have conversations. You never know what can grow out of those connections. And that's one of the reasons why Prof. Ed and I decided to have you do the digital social media posts as the sort of the practical side of our abbreviated workshop, is to ensure that you had this opportunity of practicing some of these skills, right? And so that we can see that, but also that it becomes a networking opportunity after today's workshop, hopefully as well, because you never know what connections will be brought about. But again, make these posts professional. So let's take a look at some of these posts. Etta, did you want to say anything here? Because I want to go show a few posts here. Okay, we're good. So let's look at a few posts. This is the last thing we're going to look at here. So this is the broader post about Henry Dua. I think we debriefed it very well. So you can see here the video of Henry Dua. I'm going to share the post so you can see these on LinkedIn as well. I hope these are the right. I hope I put these in the chronological order. But here's the LinkedIn post that I'm referring to. So you can click on it and you can view the video of it that they did. So this is that post that we saw. We see all the features. Do you see all the partners and supporters of Leaders of Africa Institute? Occasionally they'll be tagged there, like Johns Hopkins Social Innovation Labs and things like this, and other sort of interested parties. They'll sometimes be tagged in what are the bigger posts that the Institute puts out. Not every post. You don't want to overly tag everyone, right? And they don't overly tag us, and we don't overly tag them, but you want to, particularly if it's a big story, and this was a bigger documentary interview that was done. Let's go to the next post here. And probably there'll be a post about this workshop afterwards as well. So some of you may get tagged through that post. I think the maximum people that can be tagged in one post on LinkedIn is 30. So just keep that in mind. You can't post everyone, but 30 I think is the max. Keeps changing. Here's Mohoranti's project from Data and Design. So look at it, talks about her capstone project. It talks about the importance of it, her passion for research, and then it's highlighting organizations that she's worked with. And she was actually somebody who received the prestigious Commonwealth Shared Master's Scholarship to study, I think this is actually an additional master's for her, but at the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. She was a scholar in data and design last year. Again, that program finished, I think, or had just about to finish its recruitment for this year. So it's always exciting to see. I always love to see the folks that they get in and participate in that program. So it talks about her work about the removal of the fuel subsidy in Nigeria, which was a very controversial topic, and then it has a link to her capstone project, and then a way to engage with the Institute in the application process as well for those that are kind of interested. Here is Anne Mercy Adera. She is a scholar in the Research Communication Program right now, 2024. So she does work on digital pharmacy and thinking about how we do policy advocacy and sort of liberalizing the space of pharmacy such that we can have new options for telemedicine, telehealth, and availability of medications and facilitating that. So that is her interest. And so let me put her post. So she's writing here about a recent report that was done about the guidelines of pharmacy in the country of Kenya. And so she's providing some sort of insights as well as kind of like a teaser for this work. So she even included the report underneath her post. And look at how much engagement. Almost 100 people engaged with this post. 100 people. 4 comments, 7 reposts. And somebody even gave a long post right here. That's great engagement here. She's facilitating a conversation here, right? And she's talked about the significant gaps here. And she's talking about the cap law. So there's a little bit here, but again, it's keeping things simple and it's getting that engagement and it's demonstrating your expertise and it's giving people a valuable resource. So for those of you in pharmacy, take a look at the Internet Pharmacy Regulations from the Pharmacy and Poisons Board of Kenya. You will find the report here. So that's pretty cool. So she's being informative with that. One last post here. Coming back to Isabel, Adora Isabella, who you saw her presentation. And she actually, after her session, she shared her presentation that we looked at today. And guess what? Look at the number of engagements she had on that post. She had almost 100 engagements, 20 comments, and 8 reposts of that presentation that I showed you. So not only did she present in the Leaders of Africa venue that she did with a nice and solid presentation that we took a look at, but she also shared that with so many other people who also got to engage with it, right? And she highlighted a lot of the other people that were involved in that project as well as other institutions she's worked with. This is really cool way of kind of engaging with this. And she's also done a number of different posts here over the time. So this is another post she was doing about the work that she'd worked with the Sabin Vaccine Institute as well, right? So notice this and notice the high level of engagement she's getting. And that's helpful. That's what begins to expand your network, demonstrate your capabilities as a research communicator as well as a researcher, and then it becomes a gateway to new opportunities, right? And so I know not every one of us loves to post on social media. I will say this. I am not the one that loves posting on social media. I don't post personally myself, but also I feel like the Institute kind of speaks for me in some respects in a lot of the work that we do, right? So it's a special role that I have in the sense that the Institute is I feel my voice somewhat reflected in the post there. But social media posting is something that we kind of have to get used to if we're not somebody that likes to do it, because it is a useful tool of engagement, and should not be seen as something just as a side. So,
Okay, and Prof.
yeah.
And Prof, I would just add that what you've said, we've heard it a lot. I don't like social media, but at the end of the day, our work needs a space to flourish. Like that's our own work, that's our own business. What we do in academia, what we do in research, or in other professional spaces, that is how. So we need to grow our networks, because those networks is how we are going to, it's through those networks that we are going to drive engagement in the kind of research that we do. So social media has become a must, and my response always has been that it's about how you use social media. So if you're going to use it like everybody, like any other person out there who doesn't have a purpose, who is using it maybe not for moral good, to castigate or to bring others down, then I will encourage you, don't go to that space. But if you're using it to grow your network and expand your research niche, then of course that is where, because that's where people are. And at the end of the day, it is humans that we need to be able to carry our information, our research to the greater heights. So let's not underestimate the power of networking that we can gain from these spaces. Please, it's so important. So leverage on it. It's an opportunity. Leverage on it.
Indeed it is. And spoken through two people that are not necessarily natural social media engagers, but again, when it comes back to how we started this workshop, right? We are facing a tipping point, right? Of information, right? And the more that our voices are in these spaces that we don't always see researchers' voices being in, as Etta has mentioned, the more that we can begin to shape not only policy makers, but public discourse. Because our policy makers are shaped by public discourse that is going on in these different spaces. So we have to find ourselves in those spaces, even it may not be comfortable to us at the outset of that. And part of this journey of research communication is oftentimes stepping outside of our traditional boundaries of how we view ourselves as a researcher or a practitioner. And that's the key thing. We're expanding our range of capabilities and engagements. So question in the chat, can the assignment, I'll talk about the assignment in just a minute, just review it in a moment, but let me answer Bobakar's question. Edda's already done it, but just for everyone, it can be done in any language you like. In fact, if it's more appropriate to be in another language, please do it in another language. It depends on what your audience is. And so it's perfectly fine to do that. That's perfectly fine. And what is the subject that should be emphasized? Your area is personally in the area of development communications. We should focus on research. So if you're in development communications, take a research report, take a research finding that you found somewhere. So it doesn't necessarily even have to be your own research, but find something intriguing that is out there that somebody has found in the research space, and write your post about that. Right? So I know some of us are communication specialists, as are in the full research communication program. So they're not actively doing their research, but they're on the communication side. So in that case, pick some intriguing research or intriguing data that's out there and use that to frame your post. And you'll find that that's going to be a fascinating one. And I'm personally looking forward to reading it as well. So we've reached the end of our workshop at hour 4.5 here. But before we do, we're going to, we want to go through a few things with you. But the first thing that we want to go through before we talk about the next steps in logistics is we want to know your takeaway. So we want to encourage you to open up that Zoom chat and share the one thing. I mean, there could be many things today that we're going to remember, we're going to take away with, we're going to reflect on in our practice. But I want you to share in the chat at least one thing that is going to be your takeaway from today's session. And again, it could be anything that we discussed, or things that you reflected on, or things that you thought about, or things that you're going to do. What is your one takeaway from today's session? So why don't we share those in the chat now? So let me give everyone a minute or two. I'll play a little bit of music here while we're sharing that one thing in the chat. All right, we can see those things coming in as we speak. And so we're going to share some of these on your screen. So we will call out a few of these ones. From Emmanuel, we see that his takeaway was the importance of doing audience analysis, and storytelling is a powerful tool in communicating our research to the audience. Let's see here. Mary is saying how to make an interesting and engaging presentation. Protes says message matters, but delivery is key for community engagement. Yes, the message is also communication too, right? The message and the language we use matters, and it's also the way in which we engage with that as well, certainly. Hidayah says, getting your audience's context at the beginning of any research presentation. That's a really cool tip, right? Or going to the organizer and making sure you have access to that can be really helpful to follow up doing that. David, I love this one. I'll be exploring the blog post space. Definitely explore that space. It's really important here. Abdul Rahman, one of my takeaways is to try to make sure my presentation is thought-provoking and memorable. Let's see here. Gaspard, the audience is everything in research communication. Basically, that's a key point, right? But we have to also think about how we engage and find that audience, right? That's going to be also critical there. Paul says, knowing your audience, storytelling, data visualization is key for research communication. Definitely data visualization. Ibikunuba has said, understanding the audience will guide you in crafting messages that are relatable to them. Great. And notice one of the key things here, not only was knowing your audience a foundational thing of our workshop today, but it was also one of the first things we talked about. So one of the tips in communication is that oftentimes people remember the first things that you say. It's funny, at the end of the semester, the students remember the first days of the course more than they did what they learned the week before. You'll find that all the time. I've always found that as a professor. You always remember the early stuff in the program. So if you have important insights, do not bury them in your presentation. Make them front row and center when you're giving your research talk or your social media engagement. That's another reason why. And again, that has to do with how human cognition and human memory works. Fumila says audience attention is important in presentation. Storytelling is key to that. Pierre says for good communication, it is important to know your audience and be clear and storytelling. I would say there's a lot of consensus around this. I'm just going to put a few. I'm not going to read them, but I want everyone to see them. If I haven't showed yours, that's okay, but I'm just showing as much as I can. Here in the studio, we have technology. So a lot of you are wondering, how are you putting all these Zoom comments up there? Well, there's a special technology we're using behind the scene to do that. So it's not magic, but kind of. I wish we had this a few years ago. This was my dream a few years ago, but now we can do it. My key takeaway is to keep the audience engaged by starting with provoking captions and leveraging powerful tools of storytelling. Quality posts and not quantity posts, valuable feedback and discussion for research communications. Great. So a lot of lovely takeaways here, but I think there is a consensus. The audience matters. So I want to encourage you to think carefully about your assumptions of the audience. Your assumptions may or may not be right, just like our assumptions a lot of times by going into research. And so question those assumptions, interrogate them, do research, because the more you understand how your audience thinks and acts is the more you're going to be able to shape the reality, the decision-making process in that respect. Okay. So next steps. So you have two things to think about here. And so let me put the links in the chat here for that. Actually, I'll put all the links here. So the first thing is the digital social media post is required. I'm going to talk about that just very briefly again, and it will be distilled in a memo. You're going to receive an email tomorrow morning that's going to have resources that we discussed today. It's going to include the recording from today. It's going to include the description of the social digital media project today, or that we discussed today. It's going to have all that, and you'll receive it tomorrow morning your time. So it will be sent out by morning time or Sunday evening here, because you know we're based in the US. So it'll be your morning. So that will all be shared with you. So don't worry about writing things down or I didn't get the memo or things like that. That memo will be sent. So that's the first thing. That is a requirement. And this is a requirement for you getting a recognition of participating in the workshop as a participant. You must do this. You must attend and then also complete this assignment. Now, there are a few people who didn't have internet access, could not join us today for various reasons that have reached out. That's okay. As long as you watch the video, did the assignment, then we'll be able to give that recognition of participation. We have to be flexible on that, particularly in a one-day workshop as we have today. The second thing is we invite you to connect with the Institute. So if you're in one of the public WhatsApp groups, great already. Many of you probably are likely. But if you aren't, I put the link there to one. And I also strongly encourage you to follow the LinkedIn space, because it's a good way to model how some of these posts are written, as we talked about today, but also connect to a lot of the opportunities in the broader network here at the Institute. I also shared with you some of the links to the other platforms the Institute has. So I encourage you to follow those spaces, but I would assume at this point probably most of you are connected to those spaces already. And then the last thing I'll share with you before we go here is the requirement again by January 28th. That is Tuesday. The link to Discord, Etta, I will share with them. It will be shared in the memo. So the Discord link will be shared in the memo. But I'll put the Discord link actually now, because in case people want to do that. But make sure before you use the link that you actually, before you use this link, that you actually create an account on Discord, or else it can create a lot of complications for you. So let me do this. But create a Discord account first. Okay, there we go. So by January 28th, which is not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday, so you have about 10 days to do this, you need to complete the social digital media post related to your research, or if you're a research communicator, about research that you see. And then make sure to tag Leaders of Africa, so that way we can find that post, and some of these posts will be highlighting and sharing on Leaders of Africa's posts, so you get even a wider readership for your work. So we'll be able to say, like, take a look at this person's post and this person's post. Some of those posts will be made so you get a little bit more eyes through the Leaders of Africa network if you tag. And all you need to do is say @Leaders of Africa, and it will find Leaders of Africa there. In addition to that, if you want to submit a partial or full presentation of your research, feel free to do that. It's only optional here. And this will be submitted through a survey. So you will not need to upload in a portal or Moodle or anything like that. or through Drive. It's just going to be a Google form. We're going to keep things really simple. We've learned in the past that it can be really hard if we just have a Google folder uploading. So we're going to give a Google form. So what you are going to need to do with your post, you're going to need to make that post like on social media, right? Because that's the point of doing this exercise. But you need to include it in a Word document. So you should have a Word document version of your post and the image that you included, and then you save it as a Word document and you'll be able to upload it through the form. So, so you're going to share it in a form through Google Forms to make it easy. So it's easy. So you just fill out your name, a little bit about your feedback on today's session and the workshop, and then you'll submit this and then you'll be good to go. Right? And once it's submitted, you can rest assured that we will be having access to it and we'll be sharing it. And then we'll, additionally, over the next couple of weeks, be sharing some of your posts in the broader Leaders of Africa community to celebrate some of the application of your work as well. Okay. So the last thing, Etta, before we say our final thoughts and close out the workshop, we do want to encourage you to apply for the cohort this year for the full program. As you know, today we're meeting for what was 5 hours. The other program lasts over a couple of months and involves a capstone project, of which some of which we've kind of infused in today's session a bit. One of the key things it will ask you on that application is whether you are accepted and participated in this workshop. On that application, when it comes up in October, thereabouts, that's when the intake generally is around there. You'll be able to click yes, and the Institute will note those people who attended and engaged in this session in the way that we do, and that will be part of the assessment of your application. And the reason why we do that is that we see oftentimes this workshop to being a stepping stone and a productive one to being in the fuller programs and receiving that additional support, mentorship, and connections through the Institute website as we network as we move forward. So even though today, as we close out this workshop, it's goodbye, we say it's goodbye for now, because we very much hope that you'll be continuing to engage with the Institute, perhaps as a scholar in one of our programs, research communication, or maybe research methods or data and design, but also broadly speaking, that you continue to engage, because our community is open for that engagement. And as being a participant in the research communication workshop, as you have been, you are part of this broader Institute community that we have here, and that we find very valuable, and one that's been charting the course for making a social impact on the basis of research over the years, and will continue to do so. So with that, Etta, feel free to say your word. Let's see if there are any questions first. Are there any questions or comments? Or give me one final good to go in the chat. Let's wait, Etta, to see if there's any of that. And then we'll say our final remarks and close out the workshop. Prof. Etta, I am seeing that most of them are well wishes. So why don't we give our goodbyes and our well wishes as well? So Etta, to you.
Okay, it was a great session, and I was quite excited having you all here, and the sharings were very encouraging, the discussions we had. So I'm just going to say, remember that the technical experts or non-technical experts are all humans. Thank you so much.
Indeed, that's a lovely thought. And I want to thank everyone for their really big engagement today. We covered a lot of ground, and we've been online for almost 5 hours. And I know in Kenya, with the time difference, it is very late. It's encroaching on night for those of you in East Africa time. So I want to thank you for following along and engaging in the way that you did. And again, want to encourage you to continue to engage with us, myself and Prof. Etta, as well as the broader Institute and Institute community as well. We're there to support you now and into the future. And that's what we need in a research community. We need to support each other, because as we face this tipping point that we are in, and hopefully tip the balance in the directions for positivity, for growth, and for inclusive development, We all need to support each other because these challenges sometimes they weigh on us. They're heavy, right? But when we are working together and we're collaborating and we're sharing ideas, we're able to move the needle in the most positive ways. And so until we meet again, I want to wish you a healthy, happy, and fruitful few days ahead. Keep in touch, and we will see you soon. Take care, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.